Hey everyone, welcome aboard to another live show. Hope that you'll enjoy the show today. And here we go. Check if everything's all right here. And here. There we go. So everything looks all right. Let's make this a little bigger. Stream is okay. And here we go. A very sunny day here in Montreal, although it's a little cold. Here we go. Like this. And here we go. My brand of headphones is Audio Technica. I forgot the name for an instant. They're Audio Technica that I purchased. Pretty good sound too. Very, very good frequency response. So good for everything, including not just listening to radio, but also music. It's just great response. So here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome aboard to this live show, and hope that you enjoy today. Let's put the little screen here of the day and night. That's always nice to have. So welcome aboard, everyone. And this is the Saturday edition of the Shortwave Radio Live Show. Well, we talk about shortwave mostly, but we can talk about a lot of other things really radio related. So I hope that everyone will be happy to be here today. We are here to entertain and have fun, and hope that you can join in the fun today also. And we'll be doing some tuning around. We'll be chasing pirates. We'll be checking out what is available out there. So I think it's going to be a fun day of radio. Today, last show of February. This is incredible. Time just flies, and I just can't believe it. How we already went through a second month for the year 2022. Things are really, really going fast. Of course, Ukraine is at the center of what's happening this week, and of course, it also has been a lot of what we do as radio listeners, centered around what broadcasts and things that we can listen to. One of the broadcasts that is doing a great job at actually giving us a lot of the news is the BBC World Service. So do find the BBC World Service frequencies. They added one that actually makes it well to North America, 15735, which is actually directed to Europe from 14 to 16 UTC. That one has been coming in well. A lot of people reporting good reception here in North America. 15735. And let me just go down here so that Mr. Paul the Cat, that I could see here, wants to actually join in the fun of radio with us. Here we go. We'll see if he wants to come and listen to the radio. Allez, anytime. Here we go. The mascot of the channel is here. Here's Mr. Paul saying hello to everybody. So, anyways, we'll be trying to find. There's Radio Ukraine also that has been rebroadcast by WRMI. They've added a 1 hour broadcast from 12 to 13 UTC. It said 12 to 12:30 first, but there was a mistake. It's a 1 hour long Ukrainian broadcast. Do tune that as long as it's available, because I suspect that Radio Ukraine will be shut down quite fast once they get to the studios and the station itself. So that's also something to check out because you never know when it could disappear from the airwaves, unfortunately. WRMI is also working on trying to find a second time slot that they can add it in their schedule throughout the day. So that would be nice because it's quite early to listen to it from 12 to 13. If they could add a primetime evening, it would kind of be fun to listen to it and to be listening to all of that. So let's cross our fingers they can add a second frequency and time for the broadcast for now. Okay. My name is Jill. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. This is our mascot, Mr. Paul the Cat, saying hello to everybody. And we are here to, of course, have fun with radio. There's a chat room where you can join. Lots of great people and lots of very, very good people that are there to help. So it's nice to have everyone here, of course, as usual. There's a Facebook group if you want to join our Facebook group. Same name as the channel, official SWL channel. 2,400 and some members right now that are having fun sharing what they listen to, the radios they use, their shacks. It's really, really a great, friendly place for everyone. So that is also where the party continues once the live shows are over. So hope that you can have fun here and join us there too. So that is the interesting aspect of what's happening right now with our with Ukraine, and for a lot of us that have been listening for a long time, kind of a Cold War feel again, and kind of reminds us of these good old days of stations like Radio Moscow and so on that we would listen to. It is sad what's happening, unfortunately, but there's really not that much we can do, and but let's just hope for the best. Um, I will check the email here just quickly to see if there's anybody in through email. Yes, Mr. Paul. We have Elizabeth in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, saying hello to everybody, that she's happy to be here and will be listening in to the broadcast and tuning her Kenwood R5000. So welcome aboard, Elizabeth. We have Richard Lemke also that says hello. He's shared a link here of a YouTube live that is from Ukraine. And yeah, I can imagine. It says 48,000 viewers. And he says the chat room is out of control. Yeah, that's the kind of place you want to maybe disable a chat room, because I can imagine all the different things that could be said there. That's it's easy to lose control, especially when you have a lot of people watching. And add that to the politics of all of it, it can get really complicated. We have Matt, MTK2 in Denver, Colorado. Bobby Burgess in Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107 SWL. Gary 24 fan, nice to have you on board. And he's in Fort Fairfield, Maine. Rob, nice to have you here from Phoenix, Arizona. We have Fastlow, nice to have you on board here from Montreal. WF7I Ombrew, hey Bert, nice to have you here from Virginia. And was nice to try to make a contact last night. It was we could hear each other, but it was just a little too weak, unfortunately. Both on 80 and 40 meters. Zach Liang, nice to have you here. Nice to have you on board as usual. We've been sharing a lot of your information you've been posting in the World of Radio group concerning Greece and Ukraine, and of course Greece when we talked about Voice of Greece also. So nice to have you here. Andrew Simpson, nice to have you here from England. We have just going to go down here because I know that's something. Here we go. Now I understand a little more why these things happen. So we have James Farley. Nice to have you here from Old Bridge, New Jersey. and KD2GUZ says, now the real DXing begins. TVDXer, bonjour, bienvenue, j'espère que ça va bien. Nice to have you on board. PLF Radio, bonjour, bienvenue depuis Lyon en France. C'est toujours un plaisir de t'avoir parmi nous. Nice to have you here. We have Terry Cook, KF7BQ from Western Montana. We have RJDA Dakota. Nice to have you here. WA0113SWL. So yeah, like I was saying, they're Audio Technica headphones, Zach. Matt says there are some monster signals on channel 5, 27015 rather than 6 right now. Interesting. So it seems 11 meters is open at least over there. Let's check it out here out of curiosity. Let's tune in to the Super Bowl channel, see if we hear some activity here. And seems rather quiet here in the east. Nothing much happening right now. Oh, a little bit of activity. A little bit of activity. We have James Farley says EAM messages 15016 from Fistful. I like the names they use. Let's try this. I'm going to put it in a low volume in the background. I think it'd be nice to have just have that in the background while I say hello to everyone. I'll actually use 11175 and see how good that comes in. Or even 8992 is always the best here. So we'll hear some of the activity happening when it happens. And here I'm going to actually try to tune the SDR on 27025, see if some activity about what's happening on the... nothing like a visual to see what's happening. Yep, definitely some activity on the channel. I see the channel 5 and I see the channel 6. Both are live with signal on the CB band right now. Gabrielle, nice to have you on board from Uruguay. Joe Rodman from Chicago. Jasmine, nice to have you here from Seattle, Washington. We have Anthony France, nice to have you here from Florida. Simon Templar, nice to have you on board. Alan, nice to have you here. John Hummel Newell, nice to have you here. VE5JHN. We have Carl Icon from New York. Nice to have you here. What else do we have? So Jasmine says that for anyone who wants to monitor Russian activity in the Ukraine, if you go to HF Underground's utility forum, I and several others posted a list of frequencies for Russia forces in Ukraine. So thanks for sharing that. We're going to go and check that out for sure. Matt, been listening to local BBC. Greg, nice to have you here. Submarine Radio Man, WA3MCK, nice to have you on board. Says 8131, Russian aircraft, copied SSB. Yep, there's been a lot of activity on that particular frequency of 8131. I'm going to actually bring it up on the SDR and monitor the frequency. The new activity could be interesting to check out. There are probably a lot of stuff happening. Can you, some of you, verify something? A lot of people have been mentioning that the University on 20 SDR was off for a good chunk of today, and people are wondering if it has something to do with maybe what's happening in Ukraine, or it's just some kind of problem that's happening at the server itself. But a lot of people reporting it was off. Cheers, everybody. Jasmine says, unfortunately, I only know a tiny bit of Russian, but there is someone named Chris who is in Poland who knows Russian, and he has made some great loggings. Cool. Kind of nice. There must be a lot to listen to, especially in Europe, with what's happening. Pretty cool. What else do we have? Look at the second post here. We just Radio du Monde. Yeah. Oops. Check it out here. So there's some new broadcasts from to Ukraine. So there's actually some long wave stations that are broadcasting programs to Ukraine right now. So kind of interesting. I know that there's been some activation of a lot of the broadcasts, including one of the frequencies, which is 549 kilohertz, also medium wave. So this is pretty cool. Lots of things to check in the long wave, medium wave in Europe. You guys monitor those frequencies for sure. So everybody's saying hello to Paul. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Zach Liang says 6300 Arabic Quran with short talks by in Arabic. So kind of interesting. 6300, I think, has a. Let me bring out the schedules here. Wasn't that? I'm trying to remember something. It could be an off frequency, but I think I've read somewhere about that range, that frequency of 6300. No, I don't have it here. Maybe 6200. So interesting. 6300 being heard in Arabic right now in Europe. Fast load seems to only hear those preachers today. Well, in the daytime isn't the best for radio listening. Daytime, when it's prime time, like midday from about 11 a.m. to maybe 2 p.m., nothing much happening. But at this time right now, 20 UT, 31 and 25 must have quite a lot of signals right now. So check propagation. We're going to check out 31 meter band. So this is 9515. So that's AWR, Adventist World Radio from Madagascar, really, 9515. Stuff. Spain on 9690. And that's what we can get. BBC was on 7445 earlier. 1 meters, there's a little bit of signals. The BBC frequencies 12095 11810. BBC isn't too bad. A little weak in the noise, but so BBC at 11810. 11810 BBC might be interesting to monitor here on the east. Scale up 4 Kitty Uggs. Nice to have you here. Zach Liang says 70, 50, 55, 60, 70, and 70, 81 Russians. So there must be a lot of stuff happening. Can tell you that. The handbands also with Russia. So what else do we have? Zanfaros following along with HF plus Discovery and Modified U-Loop. Nice to have you here. Zach Liang, 15285 Saudi Radio. International 650. Interesting. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. Art K2 ADC. Nice to have you on board. And yeah, well, the InFed sloper is kind of interesting. It's working. It's working nice. Paul the cat weighs about 24 pounds. The last time we actually looked at how much he weighed, he's a little big. I need to find a way to have him lose some weight, which is not an easy task with Paul the cat. Let me just go down here. I'm gonna There we go. Okay. So, um, here we go. Here we go. Sheldon Harvey, nice to have you on board from Greenfield Park. And working on the presentation for Winterfest next weekend, of course. And we'll have our live show also. That's going to the International Radio Report will actually be from the Winterfest. And as we talk about Winterfest, remember that this is the next few days are the last days where you can think about it. SWLFEST.com, shortwavefest.com, SWLFest. You can join in. We have 2 days of radio fun coming up Friday and Saturday. So the Shortwave Festival will have several presentations, including the one that me and Sheldon will have. On a Friday afternoon, we will also be recording the International Radio Report from the Hospitality Suite of CIDX, which means we will interview people, ask questions. What I plan to do is start a recording. We'll record as many people, as many things as possible. And what we'll end up doing is I'll put probably we'll have some of it on the show on CKUT on the International Radio Report. And if it's too big and we have too much to fill in 30 minutes, we'll add it as a special on our YouTube channel where the rest of all the whatever is we're unable to put on the show is going to be. So why not join? And so $10 for 2 days of virtual live events that are going to be really cool. Lots of cool presentations, and of course, me and Sheldon are handling all of that with the last presentation on the state of radio. And that's going to be a lot of fun. You can join in some of the lectures when the presentations are, if the presentations aren't interesting for you, or between presentations when it's quiet, hospitality suite that will be run by Sheldon and me and Mickey Downage and many others, as we'll kind of take turn to maintain the place open. You can just pop in, say hello. It'll be fun to meet anyone that will want to join. So for $10, you have a 2 days of fun. And last year was a lot of fun. I was participating, and it just was great. And I think everybody that went there and participated last year also found it to be real cool. And if you breathe and eat radio, like all of us pretty much, you will want to be there and share, and just, you don't have to participate necessarily, just watch the presentations and be there. That's just going to be cool. Okay, what else do we have? So Tom the Xer from the Hudson Valley, New York, nice to have you here. Nick Sharp from England. Jasmine found 4380, 4621, 4649.5. I've seen mentioned a few times. For 5349, 7580, 7811, and 8131 upper sideband for some Russian communications on the HF bands that we can monitor, especially in Europe. So I think it's worth to take a listen. Jeff Williams, nice to have you here from Cornwall in the UK. Jasmine is using the Poland Kiwi SDR to monitor. So, and you can, of course, check out the Kiwi SDR map and choose one that isn't too far from the area and the region you want to listen to over there. Jetcrafter, nice to have you here from a sunny southern Maine. Jasmine says, this is crazy. So this is what the Cold War was like. As the feel of it. It was even more intense than that, because we, there were so many communist countries that were under the Russian or USSR empire that it was crazy. But it's something. This does definitely have that feel. Ari, nice to have you on board. Gary 24 fan, everybody saying hello to Elizabeth. What else do we have? Jason, nice to have you on board. First time listener. Well, welcome aboard. Hope you join in regularly and have fun with us with radio. Mickey Dalmage from Sherwood Park, Alberta. Nice to have you here. Neil Rigby from Nottingham, UK. Nice to have you here. Dave Conte from the Bronx. Nice to have you on board. And what else do we have? So apparently some translation of Russian plane going down requesting help. So lots of activity. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of activity in the coming days and weeks for all this happening. John Beckham, 9690, Spain, being received Northeast Florida on the Seawood on R108. Jesus Ben Como, nice to have you here from Miami. Zach Liang, so U20 can now handle 1,615 users. Amazing. And I think it's one that could be positioned nicely, and it's very sensitive, low noise, to monitor some of those communications also. Larry Gilmore, feeling stronger and better every day. Hope all in the group are well. Loves his MLA 30. And he said MLA 30 to all 4 major snowstorms in Boston so far. Yep, mine has been, it's the 3rd winter now. And it's been a rough and tough antenna working great. David, KJ4CMY, nice to have you here from Central Georgia. Joe Gomez from San Diego. Rich from North Carolina. VA3JPX from Ottawa, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Rick from Milwaukee, nice to have you on board. John Beckham's 15016. Jim Gordon from Scotland, nice to have you here. Tentative reception of Ukraine on 549 kilohertz mixing with Spirit Radio Ireland, and Splash from 2000 kilowatt Hungary transmitter on 540 using his RF2200 with directional ferrite antenna. Jeffrey Kropp, nice to have you here from New Hampshire, my friend. Matt says U20 was on when I checked out. Someone reported it was server maintenance. Aha. So maybe, yeah, because there's going to be a lot of people on the U20 SDR, I can tell you that. For sure. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. KB2AHS in Long Island, New York. So thanks everybody for checking the U20. 145 SFG says now 549 kilohertz in Ukraine operates here in St. Petersburg. Stop the war. Tarek, nice to have you here from Cairo, Egypt. What else do we have? Chuck, nice to have you on board in South Texas. V3JPX, I'm noticing way more propagation tests, blips, and sweeps in the past few days. It's totally possible, as as you know, a lot of those ionosound testing are for checking the propagation conditions and the best frequencies for military, Navy, and all of that. So it would, I would think that it's possible that more of them are on the air, so that they actually could they'll know what frequency is the best to be used. Tarek, Ukraine 837 was active yesterday as well as for a few hours. So what else? Dwayne, Northeast Tennessee, Kemagzi 76 says I'm on HF Underground where I find Russian frequencies. If you go on HF Underground, you go to Utilities section. So HF, let me go there. HF Underground. Once you're there, if you go down, you will have Utility. Click on Utility, and here there's tons of posts of Russian Air Force 8131 heard at 1806 UT. Ukraine conflict HF frequencies being posted. So kind of interesting. Check out. There are a lot of people reporting there. Lots of really cool stuff. So yep, lots of stuff there. Check it out. So just go down to utility, and there you'll see that people are posting what they're listening and what they're hearing of military communications, Navy, Air Force, both from the Russian military, Ukrainian military, and so on. So, and there's even one here that says, please post any U.S. military communications loggings for the current situation. So, a lot of people posting the global command frequencies on that probably are having a lot of activity. There we go. There we can hear some now. 8992 11175 15016. Oops. I'll try 15016. Yeah, 15016. More echo there. Yeah. There's been an increase in those coded messages from the U.S. Air Force. So 89, if you want to listen in, 4724-8992, 11175, 15016. Been very active also. Dave Conti, Radio New Zealand, was audible on 15720 around 23 UT last night, but was competing with local RFI. Yeah, I heard. I was surprised to hear New Zealand one night this evening. I was like, whoa, coming in. It's a little early for that yet. I guess the higher solar activity. Roger Gray, nice to have you here. Says U20. Fine here in Northwest England. Buzzer loud and clear, but with music and talk on top of it. Signal R532, domestic traffic of the HF Global Center on non-emergency action messages. They are forced direction messages. EAMs is the wrong terminology. So, okay. So, forced direction messages. It's interesting. Yep, PLF radio. My end-fed transmitting antenna is up and running. I've actually had a few contacts with some ham stations. VE2FGJ, nice to have you on board. Says, how is the noise floor with your end-fed? Noise floor is high. It is a major problem. With a few CQs that I've been sending out on the radio, I have the impression that a lot of people hear me and I don't hear them, simply because my noise floor is so high, which I figured would be probably one of the major problems here. Sheldon Arby says, interesting, 6,300 kilohertz back in 2019 used to be a shortwave broadcast from Voice of Abu Dhabi. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that could be, 6300 right now. I'll try to catch up here a little bit. In Pharaohs, one trick to get a cat to lose weight is to play with it for about 5 minutes before you feed it. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. But sometimes what I do is if he wants to have treats, I'll throw the treats and he starts running after them. So it kind of makes a little bit of exercise at the same time as getting a treat. It's gonna be better when the summer gets here because he's gonna want to go out and it's gonna be easier to manage that way. So Greg says, say hello to Paul the cat. No problem, Greg. watching the BBC on cable channel. David signed up for Winterfest, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. John Beckham, WWV is a strong signal in Northeast Florida on 25 megahertz. Charlie McKee, V2XCC, nice to have you on board from just west of Quebec City. Still spooked by Independence Square and Kiev like webcam audio last night. It is pretty impressive what's happening. So the Winterfest, swlfest.com. Thanks for sharing that, Sheldon. And Matt says, I can affirm that shortwave Winterfest is a lot of fun. So it is a $10 well spent for 2 days of really amazing ton of radio camaraderie and presentations of all sorts. There are going to be some really nice presentations too. One that I'm looking forward is the Skip that will be having famous amateur radio operators. That's going to be kind of nice. Dan Robinson is going to have his collections of old radio, which is always fun to watch. And of course, there's a lot of things happening. There's the Radio Shindig that's also going to be rebroadcast over WRMI. So there's going to be a lot of really fun stuff to look at there. Anton, drunk Russian MiG jet fighter on 8345. Whoa, that doesn't look good. Stephen Cook, CT7 AOX. Nice to have you here. Simon Templar says, thank you, Phil. Didn't know about that BBC frequency. I can hear it here in Portland. Yep, 15. So 11810 is a good one in the afternoon. And the new one, a lot of people reporting it. So if you're up, if you're listening in on 14 to 16 hours Universal Time, they've added 15735. Actually, somebody commented about the frequency saying, I believe this is one of the first times that the BBC is actually broadcasting to Europe for the past 30 years or something. What else do we have? Arnie, the X-Men witnessed an interesting action on 5331 upper sideband a while ago. Russian military attempted to communicate there. So, okay. Gustavo Hernandez, nice to have you here. BBC 11810 from Ascension Islands. Yep, absolutely. Greg, I listen to the BBC. I've got an HD radio, and my HD radio is able to receive 107.9 off of Burlington, Vermont. And on HD2, it has the BBC 24-hour feed. So I find it really cool when I want to listen to the BBC. I just turn on that radio. So some communications reported on 5125 upper sideband. So there's going to be a lot of stuff, I think, that we're going to have to monitor and tune around the utility frequencies. Tune around anywhere from, if it's night, like at this time in Europe, anywhere from 2,000 to 6,000 kilohertz, all the utilities, everywhere in between, everywhere. There must be tons of frequencies that are active with all sorts of communications going on. So what else? Let's go down. Vintage Audio, nice to have you on board from India. Mark Schmidt, nice to have you here from Maine. Al, nice to have you on board. Says maybe the situation in Ukraine will increase people's and countries' interest in using shortwave broadcasting. One of the things that I am wondering is how many people that actually do still have shortwave radios that in the area might be interested in, just look, the BBC added 2 broadcasts. That shows you that radio has an importance when something's happening. Because imagine the internet is not going to be running well as they're getting control. There's going to be, shutdown of internet access and censorship. from the Russians. Radios, in shortwave radio particularly, is the best way to reach these people because shortwave radio doesn't have any borders. And the BBC understood that. They immediately added 2 broadcasts on shortwave directed to Europe and to Ukraine, particularly. Jim Gordon says situation is reminiscent of August 68 when the Warsaw Pact invaded Czechoslovakia. And remember monitoring Radio Free Prague from occupied Czechoslovakia. Yeah, that's the same feel of these old days. Absolutely. So as Arnie the DX Man says, Ukraine radio, 549 kilohertz, but also 873 and new 657. So that's going to be interesting to monitor there in Europe for sure. WF7I Ombrew added another 50 feet to my 160 meter loop today. Wow. 500 feet with a perfect 1-to-1 SWR. Pretty crazy. But I saw that picture on QRZ from where you are, and yeah, you must have a lot less noise than me with what it looks like around. Vintage Audio restores tube radios, and I have a museum of 365 tube receivers. Cool. That is cool. Ham Radio Crash Course. HF Underground is a great site. Absolutely. HF Underground. Lots of stuff there if you want to check out not only what's happening in pirate activity, but also the reporting of utility stations. And right now, the reporting with, of course, what's happening on in Russia and Ukraine. What else do we have? What else do we have? Okay. So, yep, Preom has a lot of military stations and information also. Great website to monitor for all the frequencies. Also, that's a very good place. Derek, 4724, only one audible in Cairo. Because they broadcast from multiple locations. That's why we have Echo on. It's not just multipath. It also is multi-broadcasting stations. When they broadcast on those frequencies, they broadcast from several different areas at the same time. So I can tell you, Signal R532, there has been an increase in messages. A lot more than usual in the past couple of weeks. And everybody that's monitoring can tell you. Mixed Radio International, nice to have you on board. What do we have? What else do we have? John Beckham says 14670 CHU Canada coming in Northeast Florida. Signal R says EMs very rare. John Ritson, nice to have you on board. 2E0JJR. JGR. Zenfaros, you're right about the conditioning, but if you do the play first, then sometimes the cat will burn calories when hungry. Yeah. RJ88 Dakota, spring is when Radio New Zealand comes back in for me too. Yep. Especially that they're on the very high frequency. They're on the high frequency of 15720, which is higher than the 22 meter band one they usually use. Jack KB2TXR, nice to have you here. Sun Templar, what's the email address you check? I have an updated picture of my station to email. Official, I'll post it here if anybody has something to send of information, pictures, whatever. Official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Gmail.com. Here we go. Jeff Barry, nice to have you here from Ontario. Kimberly, K6YYL, nice to have you here from California. What else do we have? Yeah, Greg, we are in a crazy world. DK2, I was wondering how many shortwave receivers there are still in Europe. I imagine they embraced it much more than North America did. Yeah, definitely. As we can also see that there's a lot more. There's a lot more broadcasts still on the air for Europe also. So I kind of tells us that there's still a lot of shortwave listening going on in Europe. And there's a lot of people that we're radio geeks. We change our radios, we buy new radios, and so on. Um, the uh, the the thing is, a lot of people, especially a lot of older people, still have old radios that they never change, and it's still the same radio they've been using for years, and often has shortwave on it. Seven Templar, there may be something to that. At the store, we had a big increase in people looking for shortwave radios. Yeah, because that's what happens. When there was the Kuwait invasion by Iraq, I remember a lot of places saying that there was an increase in people wanting shortwave radios. What is sad is that, as you all know, with the state of, especially in North America, less signals towards us mixed in with high noise, a lot of people will buy radios and think that they don't work because they won't really know how to operate it in order to receive something. That is the sad part to it. John Beckham. No, I haven't had time to check out the Tube Pink radio. I'll try it. I'll try to find some time to open it tomorrow and check it out. I think it's going to be interesting. Okay, what else do we have? No, I can't unhide it, unfortunately. Once it's hidden, so you can just post it again. Just post it again, that's all. Greg can listen to the BBC on FM2. Cliff Radio says in mid-2010s, France shut down its medium wave transmitter. Maybe they can be reused again. These transmitters haven't been demolished. Yeah, they could be turned on at any time. We were talking on Wednesday, and I still am wondering about that. How many shortwave transmitters from some countries that actually have no more shortwave outlets? How they maintained the shortwave transmitters, kept them in working order. They could be fired up with anything, any broadcast at any time. So, what else do we have? Richard, nice to have you here. Says, I remember back to shortwave in 2015, and I got right back. And because I didn't know how to listen, now because I found you, it's fun again. Yep. There is that's the thing, is there's a lot of learning in where and how to listen to get some of the signals. So that is something that when you just buy a radio, it's not like an AM FM receiver. People are going to turn it on and expect like an AM FM radio. Hey, I'm going to tune all of these stations and that's it. Until they turn it on, and they're going to be like a little surprised at what they hear and what they might hear or not hear. Cool AM Radio Shortwave, nice to have you on board. 6070, and says now OHR Radio via channel 292. Matt, no, not tomorrow. I forgot about a little something that prevents me from doing it. So we'll have to pass this month and be back on schedule with um, the last the last Sunday of the month in March, and hopefully I'll be set up in a way that we'll be able to do it with my Yisu and try to make contacts. So we'll be jumping a month now. Simon Templar, CNN reported during Desert Storm that people were going out to buy shortwave radios. Yep. Mixed Radio International, I'm sure that many shortwave transmitters now off the air can be fired up if needed to get information out. And I have the impression a lot of them kept them up and running in good working order because they know that, who knows, we might need these again in our near future. Better keep them working. So, let's check it out here. We have our friend Simon Templar. That is neat looking. Look at that. Neat looking little radio corner here. Look at that, guys. And you can see the Uninen 980 SSB. Nice looking rig there. And the ICOM that is parts on 11175. So kind of cool. But a lot of them can be turned on, and it, of course, like Matt says, it depends on the maintenance. But like Bulgaria's transmitter site, I think that one would be just at the flip of a switch. As when when someone wants to buy airtime, they actually just fire it on. And one of the unfortunate guys that or organization that purchased airtime via Bulgaria is brother the Overcomer Ministries that is on one of the Bulgarian transmitter sites. So there's a couple of these that are pretty much you just turn it on. Austria is another one. They have their own broadcast in German, but um, there are broadcasts from relays from different stations via Austria from time to time. So Austria is one. Bulgaria is another one. Now in Germany, also pretty much you turn it on. So I think that's kind of interesting. Okay. Yeah, well, I didn't forget. I was just leaving the background of the frequency of 8992 while I was doing the show. I just turned it off now. Tarek. So offshore history radio. What else do we have? Droid does 58. Just getting into radio. I got my first CB today so far. I love it. Cool. Have fun. That's the thing you have to do. PDF radio, the Eastern shortwave transmitter site in central France can be used towards East Europe. Now it is mostly used towards Africa. Yep. That's another one where a lot of airtime can be rented for sure. CJ, talking a Super Bowl with that new CB? I haven't tried it, but can be possible, I guess. Zenfero, shortwave is different since almost all the possible signals are DX, so propagation and antenna matter. Noise is an issue. Time of the day matters, and these are not problems for most broadcast AM FM. Yep, absolutely. Definitely. And it's that's the thing. That's the thing. The problem with shortwave today is, back in the 70s or the 80s, that's what happened to me when I got when I got um, the DX100, what happened is that I just turned it on, and there were tons of stations there. It wasn't a problem. So even somebody that didn't know what to do, because I didn't know anything, you were getting signals. Everybody was broadcasting towards North America. Today, you still get signals and you still can get some broadcasts, but the problem is you'll have to work harder to get those. And not everybody, a lot of stations, there's still a few that broadcast to North America, like, Voice of Turkey or Radio Romania, for example. And there are some of the relays from WRMI with Radio Prague, Radio Slovakia, Radio Tirana, RE Argentina, and plus many other things that you can listen to there. But it isn't that easy like it was. And also, if you want to listen, for example, to the BBC 11810, we noticed how in the noise it is compared to, a clean BBC we used to have to North America. And that is something that, unless you know that maybe you'll go home and flip on that lamp that makes tons of noise and you don't understand why your radio doesn't get anything, and then you'll return it because you're going to be like, well, this thing is broken, doesn't work. Well, it ain't, but it's it's complicated to explain, and people don't want to have a steep learning curve with a radio either. We're a very different breed of radio guys. Most of us are, willing to cope with the noise and try to get the stations, but most people that will buy one of those shortwave radios, what they're going to do is just go and say, hey, this thing doesn't work, which is mostly what's going to happen. What else do we have? What else do we have? Yeah, Richard, that's what we're gonna do in the next live show for the ham channel. PLS Radio. Which radio do you use for your ham transmissions? I got a Yaesu FT450 transceiver, so I pumped it up to 100 watts and used that. The end-fed antenna I use pretty much with the internal tuner works on pretty much all the bands. Not perfectly. There are a couple of bands I see that my standing wave is a little higher, but um, it will, on 40 and 20 it's good. On 10 it's good. 15 is where it's not the best. 80 is, which is not supposed. It still works pretty well. And in 160, I tried it just for the fun of it, and I was able to actually have a contact with a station just across the border in Maine. So I was like, oh, okay, even on 160. Okay, let's see here. Tarek says Bulgaria, Armenia, and Tashkent as well. There's my own brew. Sent you a snapshot of my setup tonight for your email. Have your live stream and N1MM contest software loaded up for tonight. Cool. Let's check that out. Let's check that out here. What we're getting in pictures. And by the way, if anybody wants to send a picture of what they're doing right now, their shacks, their radios and stuff, please do check it out. So this is nice. I haven't yet received anything on the email right now, so I don't know if it's a delay or if you sent it correctly. Official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Richard, when I listened to my old recordings from the 60s, everything was so clear without noise. Is CB radio worth getting back into? Honestly, what I would say is that if you get back into CB radio, for the most part, I'd tell you, if you can get a good working secondhand CB, Don't pay too much for it. And it depends also on the area you are. There are places with more activity than others. Here in Montreal, CB is resumed at a lot of mobile stuff, trucks, and there are a couple of CB fans that I hear mostly on channel 16 and sideband. But in many markets and many places, it's completely dead and quiet. It really, really depends. The best thing to do, I think, for anybody that thinks about, oh, I'd love to have a CB again, tune your shortwave radio to the CB range, which is 26965 to 27405. That's all the 40 channels. Tune around regularly. Do you hear people? Do you hear some people that seem to be local to you and so on? That can actually tell you if maybe it's worth it. But I got to say that today, yeah, I hesitate and just telling someone to buy a CB radio for the most part. It all depends. I've got the 980 SSB here, and I'm happy, and it's really cool. Um, would I tell somebody go buy that? I'm not sure. Capacity 76 usually can't understand. Those guys are saying on the Super Bowl channel half of the time they sound like they are yelling at the top of their lungs. Oh yeah, with those really big Southern accents very often. So it's like, what the hell? I used to joke with a friend of mine says, "Oh yeah, that channel where they just like where to go, on your hair." And it's like that's pretty much what I understand every time I tune in that channel. um, what else do we have? Zach Liang today seen 900 RAI being undermodded. So yeah, modulation is important to get your voice across, and then some stations I have a hard time with that. CJ, only problem with CBs, they always repeat the same thing over and over and do that day after day, so it's kind of like a rerun, but still entertaining. Oh yeah, it depends on what you hear. J Projects, so many heterodynes on CB, sometimes SSB pulls it out better. Matt, RRI and Voice of Turkey hasn't been copyable where I am in years, with brief exceptions, and I mean the transmissions that specifically are beamed to Western North America, not even the solar activity. Yeah, West Coast has a lot of problems with the stations in Europe that are broadcasting. Here on the East Coast, we're kind of lucky because we do get Radio Romania and Voice of Turkey quite easily. But that said, now we can't compare because when we talk about stations that are, let me just check here, 7330, anything on 7330. Not really nothing right now on 7330. I don't know if it's they're gone. Spain is really like next to the Atlantic Ocean. It gives it that huge ocean to propagate, and the Malaysia's transmitter site is great. They pack a signal that probably makes it up to you like easily also. Turkey and Romania are much more inside the continent. So what's happening is they have a big chunk of that continent before it actually reaches the Atlantic Ocean to propagate here. So their signal is actually weaker. Radio Romania, there are times and frequencies that are better, but sometimes, the North America in the wintertime, just a great example. You say you don't hear them. Well, I'm not surprised because in the winter, this winter, most of the time they're broadcast at what is it, 01 UT or 0 UT on for the east coast of North America. Hasn't it that great? I mean, we hear it. I hear it enough to receive a program most of the time. There have been nights where it was like almost impossible to copy. So if that's difficult like that here on the east, imagine on the west. Voice of Turkey has been better, but Voice of Turkey has one flaw that often happens. Well, two flaws. One, they're sometimes not there, and that happens quite often. You tune around and there's just no signal. The other one is it happens quite often that the modulation is so low that the signal's good. It's just difficult to really understand what's in the broadcast. So I'm not surprised that they're kind of hard on the West Coast because even on the East, they're not that easy. They're there. We'll hear them. But funny thing about Radio Romania, I hear their Western Europe broadcasts better most of the time earlier in the day than I will hear their North American broadcast in the evening. So it gives you an idea also. Scott, quick question. I've been listening to the lower 14.100s, and there's a digital mode that sounds like RTTY all over, but FLDG can't decode it. Do you know what it might be? Around there. And at this time, I don't know what's happening right now. Let me just go to 14.100. Yeah, if you're meaning this. That is RTTY. And yes, FLDG can decode it. What you need to use in FLDG is RTTY 45. So when you go to the FLDG software, I'm just going to fire it up here, FLDG. So you fire it up, go into op mode, go into RTTY, and the one that you want is the first one on the list, RTTY 45. That matches the RTTY, and just going to put something here. I'm going to go on 14.100 right now because there's obviously a RTTY contest going on. So look at this. So here I'm going to go. So I just have Dean K4CUE. There's a lot of stuff happening. N0XR calling CQ. So there's definitely, it is definitely contest. So just to put you here, Larry. So just going to put, quickly put the screen on. You guys are going to see it a little clearer maybe. So here's the screen. Thank you. And then 50CQ. CQ and North America or NA. And then 50 and then 50CQ. So that's the call sign of the ham station. And here on the left, by the way, if you have the latest versions of FLDG, even the one not on your screen are going to be decoded on the left side here. So you can check it out. So here's Larry. And you see also the other decodes. Remember to match. You got to match the two lines with the lines on the waterfall. So if you want to decode one, like the one here that's strong, I'll match the lines. And here it's so ND4L, which is NAM station. Contests are a little tricky. Because you have to understand the call sign stuff and all and everything. But here, CQ, ND4Y, ND4Y, CQ. So NAQP, which is probably the North American something contest, whatever it is. It's one of those contests for RTTY right now. So you have a lot of stuff happening here. So V9 here. So check it out and try it out. It's going to work. It's definitely going to work. You just need to have good audio. Make sure your filters aren't too narrow. Also, if you use a DSP-based receiver like the ones that I use, one of the things that you might want to be careful is how narrow you set your filter, because you can actually block the audio, and it's too narrow to actually have it decode. You have to have two beautiful lines when you use FLDG on the waterfall. So that should work. That should work. So anything RTTY, radio teletype, in the ham bands is RTTY 45, which is very specific to the ham bands. Usually outside of the ham bands, the radio teletype is wider. So John, nope, didn't receive anything on 7330. 7 Templars got a split screen with me in one half and ADSB exchange on the other. Pretty cool. What else do we have? Mark Schmidt, my radios pick up noise when I charge my cell phone and tablet. That happens very often. Very often. The MFET is about 50 feet long, VA3 JPX. Let me just go down here. So, Zach Liang, UR1 is heard on 657 and 1404 kilohertz, and Voronezh in Rostov from, so interesting. Signal R532, sending more information about what's being sent again. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here from Alabama. Let's try again. WF7I. Could be a delay. Sometimes it happens. The old bottleneck of... oh, here it goes. Okay, I've got some stuff here. Okay, Bert. Yep, got it. There's the... here's our Mr. Shack, and there's this very weird looking guy on the screen in the middle. This one is a smaller size. Do you have a bigger? It says here small size. We have Shack. Here we go. There we go. Look at that, guys. Pretty clean and nice Shack. When I look at that and I look at what all looks like here, and I'm like, yeah, that's clean and beautiful compared to what I have. So nice Shack here with this strange guy on the screen in the middle. So really nice Shack. Pretty cool there. Pretty cool there. What else do we have? We have Gabriel. Greetings from Rivera, Uruguay. And here's the, oh, wow. That is a very unique picture, I gotta say. Look at that, guys. We've got cows. That is nice. Thanks for sharing. This is very unique. Feels very unique and very Uruguay, I gotta tell you. Here, on this is even better on this. Look at that. This is so cool. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. And that good looking radio with the case. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thanks for sharing, Gabrielle. Richard Califano is also sharing with us. Pretty cool also. Let's look at that. Nice Shack. Look at that, guys. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. We have Cool AM Radio, Andre, sharing with us. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that. That's kind of cool. Thanks for sharing, my friends. And anything else? We have VE2FGJ. That is a good looking place, also. Look at that. Look at all the equipment here from VE2FGJ. Really nice. Look at that. Thanks for sharing, guys. It's a lot of fun to share and see what other people's shack look like and everything they do and with their radio. It's really, really cool. What else do we have? Dave says, I get a lot of CB activity in the Bronx, but much of it is in Spanish. Landy Quaterski, too much trash talk on CB nowadays, no respect. Yeah, well, yeah, it's always been a little bit problematic respect on CB, but you know there were some much more respectable guys. I remember the '80s when I got my first Navajo base station. There were quite a few really cool guys that you could talk to. It was really, really nice. Gabrielle, just so it was nice to have your picture there. Toast and love. I like to use 27025 26 lower sideband for meteor scatter reception. Oh, that's interesting. Tatoy, nice to have you on board from the Philippines. Neil, nice to have you here from the UK. M0CJM. Matt says with RRI, I used to get their Eastern North American beam well too. I love the one that comes in around 21 for half an hour. That one in the summer is usually probably comes in maybe interestingly well, but man, they've I don't know. I suspect that, and this is what I've been observing because there are stations that did do it. I suspect they're not using the full power of their transmitter. I suspect that a lot of the power is reduced to save money. Robert Osborne, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls. Jasmine, on the west, we can get a ton of stations every night from Asia. I highly encourage you to take the expedition to British Columbia. Oh, yeah, the West Coast is good for that, definitely. Glaze for Man, is there a lot of activity in the UK? On shortwave, a lot, yes. A lot more in North America, actually. On CB, I don't know. Arnie the X-Men says that the WebSDR and U20, 1,700 users. Isn't that incredible? Imagine all the data getting out of there. I wonder what limit they put on the new server. They probably upped the server limit, but I wonder how many how much people can be there at the same time now. Kevin, nice to have you on board from Plain Beach, New Jersey. Good old 70s movie can be watched anytime for free on Tubi TV. WS2H. Today's figures, nice to have you here. And the movie is Convoy. Does it have any radio related stuff in it? Out of curiosity. So nice to have the pictures, guys. Yep, multi PSK can also decode RTTY PLF radio. Absolutely. I even for a long time used a RTTY only software called MMRTTY. So the same guy that made MMSSTV for slow scan television has MMRTTY also. Robert Osborne, Radio China in English on 13630 from Mali relay station. Dave Conte says are usually are usually listened to Radio Romanian English at 12 UT on 15460, 17800. I believe this is broadcast to Africa. It's the North American QSO party. Thanks. in Sheldon, RTGOS contest, North American QSO party, RTGY. So that's what we are listening to right now. And I remember that last week we had talked about it, but I didn't remember the name of it. But I remember we had it in our contest list for the contests this week. Stephen M0O M00 GUP. Nice to have you here. John Beckham, 13630, China being received in Northeast Florida. Stephen says, anyone been in touch with Ukraine or other East European states on the shortwave? So we've had a lot of stuff from like the BBC World Service and many broadcasts. There's the utilities in HF Underground. There's a lot of frequencies also. Oh, I didn't know QP standard for QSO party. That's where I was wondering QP QSO party. Yeah, figures. Gary Pence also sharing about the QSO, the North American QSO party. KM5X in Dallas. Nice to have you on board. David KJ4CMY, clean shack is the sign of a sick mind. Oh, man. Richard says, I have that radio, but not that cow. Here, all I will have in Montreal is maybe a radio with a cat, a dog. I think in one of my expeditions to Perry Island, I had a video where there was actually Canada geese also with radio that were stealing my food from my bag. I still remember. SoCal, nice to have you here from California. You know, Gabrielle, if you tell me that a cow is helping you with propagation, I want to have a cow. They actually look nice too. They were like beautiful. Looks like a beautiful environment there where you are. It was a Navajo base station, Jasmine. It was actually a realistic DX 432. And it was called the Navajo base station. No, I don't think so. I think it was made in Taiwan by some guys, some people. Back then, Taiwan was very popular, or in Korea, maybe. Because back in the 80s, a lot of the stuff we bought were made either in Japan, in Korea, or in Taiwan. And Indonesia, I think, was another place we've seen a lot back then for electronics that we would get. Robert Osborne picking up a small craft advisory for U.S. Coast Guard from Lake Erie and Niagara River, 157, 100. Yeah. Those Great Lakes, when there's a lot of wind, is crazy. It's like an ocean. The waves get so huge. MDK2 says reduced power does make sense. Wasn't RRI in trouble? I think they'd stop mailing paper QSLs. So Radio Romania do have very recent transmitters. That's one thing, because they had upgraded their transmitters in somewhere in the early 2000s, I believe, and their signal actually greatly improved for a while. But they've been having a lot of transmitter problems lately. And when they advertise 2 or 3 frequencies, it happened very often in the last year that they were only one of all of them. Here in the East Coast, particularly, I noticed that many nights only one was actually there. So my NFED VA3 JPX is it's W. It's made by a place that makes tons of NFED and other types of ham antennas. It was given to me by a fan that lives in the U.S., so I didn't buy it. It's actually one of the guys that watches my videos that sent me it said, I will have a gift for you. You'll have a transmitting antenna. He used it with a lot of success. It's W for something. Let me check. I went to their website this week to check out. I'm gonna tell you in a few seconds. It's W. So if you go to the if you go to the if you go to the damn, I can't find it. Let me just check it out here. So it's made by okay, it's N. Okay. It's made by the NI4L. So if you type NI4L antennas, ham antennas, you'll get to their website. That's where it comes from. Actually, you'll see it with the they show the 9-to-1 unbalanced transformer in it too. Jim Gordon, high-powered Polish radio and long-wave transmitter on 225 is regularly broadcasting programs in Ukrainian. At one time, its mast was the tallest man-made structure in the world. Wow. Kevin, Chris Christopherson, trucker movie, CB galore. Wendell Daniels. You talk about CB sometime, but if you don't, there are two different sides to what is known as CB. You have those that stay in the regular 40 channels. Oh, absolutely. The other ones we don't call it CB actually. The other ones we call them 11-meter guys. So when I talk about CB, I talk about the standard CB band. Because when we talk about these other guys, we're talking about the 11-meter guys, which is very different. That I don't call CB actually. I call them 11-meter guys. Gabrielle says, I live in Uruguay's capital city, full of noise. I'm visiting this farm and spamming the Facebook group with all the things I hear on this completely noise-free environment. So that's good. That's good. It seems like a great place for low noise. That definitely is. In the capital city, you're probably like me here in Montreal, which is very, very high noise and difficult to listen to anything. But I'm sure you probably are amazed at the amount of signals you're getting once you get out of that noise. Arnie, the X-Men, 5125 upper sideband on the new 20 has Russian military calling, jammed with Ukrainian national anthems, rock version. Oh, wow. Kuroma Nikolai, nice to have you here from Romania. Stephen, apropos plane call signs, Bournemouth Airport, UK hangars, a Qatari Royal flight. So they've removed serial number, but confirms it's part of the Royal flight. Huh. Flies to Geneva often. Jim Gordon, more Cold War memories. I remember when Radio Romania covered the Romanian Revolution over the overthrow of Ceausescu. Does anyone remember the other Radio Romania? Yeah. Oh, the RRI, Radio Republic Indonesia. Yeah. Remember that. Never heard that. I don't believe I've ever heard Radio Republic Indonesia. Man. Zenfaros, got a 6 dB attenuator, but I put the MLA30 when I use the multi-coupler. No, I don't use an attenuator. It doesn't seem to be needed here, at least. But I'm not saying it might not. It depends what you're getting when in signals, actually. Yep. Yeah, I do have the Radio Nacional Arcangel San Gabriel. I got a QSL from them here. Here, look at that. It's actually smiling at me right here. Here, guys. This is from when? This is the QSL from. Where's the date? I have a date on it. Canada confirmed. This is from 8 August 2020. August the 8th, 2020. Got a QSL here. That's a nice one. Yeah. I don't think you can damage from a reception from a station of any kind, honestly. Zen Pharaohs. Where I would be more scared and where I am more careful actually with the multi-coupler is, of course, the transmitting. So that's why my transmitting with my FT450 is in the backyard, where the ML830 is in the front yard. So they're far apart. There's no danger that I can blow up something, either the ML830 or the multi-coupler. So LR836 is actually heard. It was heard. I think Glenn Hauser mentioned it was heard this week, and it's usually around. You'll hear it around 15, 16, 17 hours UTC ish. My reception is the time there? That one was a marathon, 24 hours, but around 17, 18 UTC, I'm pretty sure you're going to hear them. I'm pretty sure you're going to hear them. So, what else do we have? But it's a difficult one. Eh? It's upper sideband most of the time, and it's very weak. 15476 is the frequency right now. 15476. Gary 24 fan was a kid. I wish I had paid more attention to frequencies, logging things, and requesting QSLs. I just enjoyed listening in mostly. Yeah, there are things that we just don't do. You know what? One example, when I was listening in the 80s, I wish I was more active because I would send for a lot of QSLs and stuff. But I also was kind of lazy a little bit. There are several QSLs that I could have bagged that I never did. Some one-time transmissions where you could actually send for a QSL card that I listened in and never did a reception report or anything. An example of that, the the famous Saint Helena broadcasts that were yearly broadcasts. I listened to them. I don't know how many years in a row before I actually wrote for a QSL card and got it. I got a QSL and I'm happy I have it. But there are things like that. There were stations that had special certificates if you send a certain amount of reception reports. Things that I would like to, I didn't do a lot of it, but there were many stations that had QSL series. So every year they'd have a certain series of QSL cards to get. I would get a couple, but I would never write enough to get the full set. Today, when I look at that, I'm like, yeah, it would have been fun to have a full set of QSLs from some of the stations. And I mean, you got to think it takes your time, but it also takes I don't know how much I spend, but I certainly spent thousands of dollars over years in sending letters and getting QSLs from all the stations around the world. I'm happy with my collection, though. It's really, really nice to have a collection of QSLs, and now today you notice that. Today you realize because you got all these cars of stations that are gone from the bands from such a long time. N6 RLS. Sorry. Any idea what 635 kilohertz somewhere in Europe is with 7 words per minute Morse code LV 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 on 635? Because that sounds more like a non-directional beacon. But anyways, we can't change time, and we can't go back and change what we did and how we did it. I'm happy to have written to enough stations to get some of these cool things. Definitely. Nick Spencer, can anyone recommend some beginner resources for learning about SDR? I just got an RTL SDR kit last week, and I'm trying to find things to do with it besides FM listening. Go to the RTL SDR website itself. Make sure that you have a real one, because if you have a cheap RTL SDR that is not the official V3, you'll never get shortwave on it because it's a fake. And you'll be able to listen only to VHF, UHF. If you have the real one, and it's the RTL SDR V3, then what you need to do is change in the options to quadrature something. Don't remember the exact name. That will enable you to receive the HF bands on it. That's why, the real RTL SDR V3 for the price that it's sold isn't bad. But that's why I avoid kind of mentioning it most of the time, because all of the, you have to put that special driver. And once the special driver's there, you need to know how to switch to get HF. Make sure you got a real thing and not a clone. Where the SDR Play RSP1A is the best introduction SDR, because there's no fussing around with drivers or changing anything. It just receives from long wave to UHF and without having to do anything. Look on my channel also. I have a few videos, Nick, that show, if you search on my channel, there's a few videos where I show you how to switch from VHF, UHF listening to shortwave on the RTL SDR using SDR Sharp. And I think I show it also using SDR Console, if I'm not mistaken. Toxic Echo used an old electric installation as shortwave antenna for reception. DJW883, did you get it from your place or in your radio? No, I've received. You know what? I know I've heard them here, but it was too weak to really make any reception report. I did hear them up here in some of the best conditions, but barely in the noise. You could hear that something's there, but it's too noisy. I actually used an online SDR for this one, so it's kind of a cheat, but it's okay. And of course, you mentioned it. I mentioned that I was using an Argentina SDR for it, and I did mention that. I told him I was using a Argentina SDR. What else do we have? On the extra nice QSL, logged at R836 in Antarctica a number of times in the late 80s, but never QSL'd them. That one was a special. I did it because they really had a special, and they wanted people to kind of reply and send reception reports. Chris Alpha Tango, my best QSL is an 11-meter Pirate radio and an Airbus 380. Wow. Okay. I guess that guy didn't really, made it very, very discreet. Log 2112. Nice to have you on board. Gary 24 fan, thanks. I'm down not alone with my feelings. Greg says Jill Live Chat is cool. Absolutely. It's LV, not LB. Lima Victor. Jasmine 8131 supposedly being used by Russian strategic bombers for voice. Yep. Direct sampling. Yeah, that's the thing. You change it to direct sampling to listen to HF bands without the up converter, VA3JPX. That's what you have to do. Because if you don't change it, you won't receive HF. And once again, make sure you have the real thing because there's a lot of fakes out there. Undecided Hobbies. Nice to have you here. Okay, so you bought it on their website, so it should be the real one, Nick. And just go and change it to direct sampling like VA3JPX mentioned. You'll be able to receive. And RTL SDR blog does have a lot of information on that, absolutely. Christian Marcoux, salut. Nice to have you on board from North Bay, Ontario. And says it's time to cook my supper. Bon appetit. Nice to have you here. So let's check out here. Let's tune a little bit the bands. How about that, guys? We're going to do a little band tuning on our receivers. I'm going to check it out, see what's out there. I'm going to bring up the radio near. We're going to use the EIBI space list of frequencies here, so we can check out what we are tuning around on the bands. So here goes. We're going to tune around from, I'm going to put the volume here. And we're going to tune around at this time. Sun's setting in an hour. Let's start down at 4,000 kilohertz and go up in upper sideband and go up in the frequency ranges and see what we can get, guys. So we're going to bring that here. And I'm going to bring that down to the radios and the screens. So SDR is here. Here I've got, of course, the Chromebook that has the IBI list and also the map of day-night tuning around. And what you're hearing is coming from the H501X. So we're going to check out what's up there. Scannery KB1 PPJ says about 2 off of the RTL SDR website, and one has much greater sensitivity than the other. I don't know why. Interesting. Harold Anderson, nice to have you on board from Oslo, Norway. LB1NH. Zenfaros, a U.S. Coast Guard Chesapeake clean signal on 8764 for a change, but 6501 is despicable. J Products is having his favorite military UHF comms 225 to 400. And using Unitrunker for ATL SDR. And 6RLS listening now on QE SDR in Russia. 635 kilohertz AM. Still sending LV, LV, LV over and over. Very slow Morse. Huh. Interesting. HM01 on 16180. Let's check that one out here if I can hear it well. It's there. It's I have a carrier. Don't have much more. Jerry, nice to have you here from Finland. Sheldon Harvey, shortwave listening post, just posted a link to the brand new page for the Cipher Machines and Cryptology website. Lots of great stuff. Oh, look at that. Definitely a new digital mode. Wow. Definitely sounded different. Wow. Kind of interesting. David in Barcelona, nice to have you on board, my friends. So let's see what we have on the bands. I'm going to go down, like I said, to 4,000. We're going to go up. See what we have. I'm going to put the SDR on E131, see if I can hear anything special. So, okay. See if we hear anything. Can you hear anything? And so I'm going to, as I tune around, 4200, see what signals I get there. Lots of local interference here. Still very quiet on the bottom part of the band. It's still a little early for that here. Still, the Kodar, of course, that we hear around 4460 kilohertz, which is ocean wave and current direction radar. And I've got a cat that's asking me to say hello again. Paul is saying hello, but doesn't want to come up. So Kodar around 4460 kilohertz. This is what we're having right now. Hey, Robert Cross, nice to have you on board. John Beckham, yep, 16180. Eric Cottrell, nice to have you here from Boston. No problem. And welcome aboard, everyone. Let's see. Too early for that. For a 625 buzzer, but nothing right now. It's already up to almost 5,000 kilohertz. And past 5,000 kilohertz. WTWW 5085. Not very strong, but there. 5085 WTW. It's going to get better as the evening goes on. CJ hearing the numbers on 16180. Very weak signals right now. 5505, barely audible is Shannon. Shannon Vomit 5505 from Ireland. Down here. N6RLS, that is SDR console V3, and it's actually running the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. Erica Chell says, besides radio, it's just surreal to see TV channels from Ukraine like News 24 still streaming on YouTube. It is too bad. I do not speak Ukrainian. Spotted some interviews with Americans. Yep, pretty crazy, eh? 5190 AM anywhere. Let's try it here. Nope, nothing here. Let's check out what else we have. And we're getting close now to the 49 meter international broadcast band. It's 5875. So 5875. I believe it's the new BBC frequency coming in. 5875, the new BBC frequency. So BBC coverage of Ukrainian events on 5875 with their new frequency. This is one of the two new frequencies they are using right now. I think this one comes from Wolverton, UK.
They're in the because they cannot do nothing and they need only to wait. There's a lot of projects. It's also the cold here to stay for at night. Very terrifying to wait and not know what is happening and to know what about husband, brother.
5940, which is the Radio Algérienne transmission from Issoudun, France, transmitter site. It's interesting because there's a if you guys hear the pterodine on 5940. Notice how it has this little pterodine attached to it. It's actually 5939, and that would be Radio Voz Missionaria, Brazil, probably, that we're hearing in the background. Radio France International. I wonder what the conditions are like right now. Check the conditions here. And that seems to be pretty quiet at the moment here for the solar activity. Tim says BBC signal 9 plus 30. Harold Anderson, 5875 strong in Oslo. The extra BBC strong over there. Robert Cross, can I pick up 655? Nope, here in Montreal, 655 will not bring up anything. Dustin Love, weak carrier in 5875. John Beckham, 5875 is weak. Stephen, 5875. Yeah, in the daytime, they have broadcasts on 5875 to other regions. The other one is 15735, and that's 14 to 16 UT. Hey, Mike from New Jersey. Nice to have you here. So 5960 is Radio France. Not very strong, but Mali on 5995. Interesting, with a very wobbly signal from on 6020, which let me guess sounds Chinese, so it could be some Chinese broadcast of some sort, I would guess. What else do we have? Yeah, China radio to South Europe, possibly. FRX really weak on 6070. Yeah, 49 meters seems to be open to Asian signals right now. WWCR signing on 6115 with their interval signal.
How do you do? Have you ever met someone who would rather
Jeff King, nice to have you here from Jacksonville, Florida.
to encounter just such a person? He titles his life story
5875 right now for BBC, but 14 to 16 UT in the daytime. It's been heard a lot. It's 15735.
His heart and mind and life were unshackled.
Unshackled, wow. Scanner, KB1, PPJ, WILS, WLIS. We love interval signals. Yes, we do.
Weasel done run off.
It's interesting because this is English. This would be the BBC, but from the Philippine transmitter side. That's incredible. The Philippine transmitter side.
quota of whatever.
WBCQ on 6160. 5175. CRI Music, and that sounds like CRI Music, and that's direct from China. Really big opening on 49-meter band to Asia. It's 195 with no audio right now. Would technically be the BBC, but it has no audio on it. From Singapore. Yeah, Eric. Same here. Every time I hear Unshackled, for me, it's shortwave from the past. I've not heard that in a long, long time. Robert Krause getting 5,900. I believe that's the Overcomer Ministry from the Bulgaria transmitter side. Yep, just gone off the air. And now let's go in upper sideband for the rest of the band. I'm on 6195 going up. Not very strong, but 63, 38, 39 is the Boston, Massachusetts WeatherFax broadcast. I'm hearing a broadcast on 6355. That's weird. Check here. No, it's an image or some overload. There's nothing on my SDR, so this is some kind of overload from the Texan H501X. That's interesting. Some RTTY 6382. Stanax 6425. 6501. Chesapeake, Virginia weather broadcast, marine weather broadcast. 6501. Upper sideband.
Seas 5 to 7 feet. Tuesday night. East winds 10
Hey,
to
Keegan, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas.
Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wednesday. East winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 7 feet.
Oh, yeah, John Beckham. My MLE30 here works really, really well. For a noisy environment that I have, really, really cool.
Thursday. East winds 10 to 15 knots.
Zinferos, am I staying with the same brands of vodka? Yeah, as long as it's not Russian. I actually hear the liquor stores are banned from selling Russian vodka. It was announced yesterday. All Russian products actually are going to be removed. And I would not buy Russian vodka right now anyways. The one I have right now is Polar Ice, which is a Canadian vodka. KB1PPJ, 6230 upper sideband, just under the noise level. Some voice. It's possible that it could be a European pirate. Lots of pirates from Europe around 6200 to 6300. Jeff King took my Texan R97DX 700DX to work with me today. Listen to the BBC way up to 13-meter band. Cool. Yeah, it's distorted. Chesapeake is distorted. It's almost always distorted. Jasmine says if I didn't have an MLA 30 or comparable, I'd hear nothing but noise in Seattle.
Northeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 5 to 7.
MDKT says, as far as I know, most Russian vodka is still produced by the state, not private companies, so that's a good move.
Seas 6 to 9.
Candy Gloss, nice to have you on board, and he wants gin.
10 to 20 knots. Seas 6 to 9.
Yeah. The worst part about the Chesapeake, Virginia weather is it's always distorted, and it's been distorted for years, and it seems nobody cares. Which makes you wonder, is anybody using the service?
10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. Wednesday night. Northeast winds less than 10 knots.
Steve, 2E0WZL, nice to have you here. Doug Smith, 5875, moderate signal in Virginia.
Less than 10 knots.
Eric Cottrell, the New Hampshire governor, signed an executive order banning Russian vodka from New Hampshire state liquor stores.
15 knots.
Cool.
Seas 2 feet or less. Atlantic.
So continuing the tuning around, going up. $6,600, there's a carrier. 6600. Oop. Anything there? Nope. Yep. I'm hearing something on 6600. Very, very faint. And it's definitely not an image, as it's showing up also on my SDR. So there's this definitely something on 6600 listed here as the clandestine voice of the people from Korea. Voice of the people from Korea. So I got a very faint carrier, 6600. Landy Quaterski is receiving Chesapeake on 6501 in Wisconsin. Undecided Hobbies, I can hear that radar on 4459 and the weather band on 6501. Washigo, Ontario, with SDR Duo and Discone. Did I call you a he? Candy Gloss? Sorry. What else? Let's continue the tuning around up the bands. And now it's 6,700 kilohertz and up. And I have reached the top of the band. I'm at 7,000 kilohertz now. 7,000 kilohertz. So that now is the start of the 40-meter amateur band, which I guess will have a lot of signals. Add to that the RTTY contest. Look at all the signals from the RTTY contest. And let's go to lower sideband for the voice part of the band. That's a French, Quebec French ham station. Robert Cross picking up that good as well, 6600. John Beckham received 6501 Chesapeake. Weather in Northeast Florida rather well. Let's continue the tuning around. That sounds Russian. 67125.
Running roughly at around, I would say about 300 watts.
7158 lower sideband. Hey guys, I'm going to take a break for 2 seconds. I'm going to make myself another drink and to continue tuning the bands and take care of Mr. Paul the cat that's been meowing. I guess he might want some food. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm going to leave you with hams on 7158 kilohertz.
Very good, Bruce. KR2X, K1KTF. Very good, Bruce. Very good. You know, a few months ago, I bought the Icon 705, and it's up in my office upstairs, and it's a wonderful little rig. Great QRP rig. And what kind of amp are you running with the 705? It's a small very good. Very good indeed. Yeah, I did some QRP with it, but it fits, I agree with you, it fits very nicely within the home office upstairs, you know, and it's a great distraction between conference calls when I have an opportunity to do a little CW. I use it primarily for CW, but in any event, well, good to do. And you're right, with the next step when I do use 705. So, you know, we're you know, trying to get a little bit more, you know, branching out on short QSL. Great. That's absolutely wonderful. I have not done any coda or soda activations. I probably need to get out there and do some when the weather gets a little bit more conducive. But taking a look at your tour, that page looks like an awesome page and really pretty interesting in terms of where you've been around the world. It looks like you've had quite a bit of an adventure with a lot of countries. Over. Very good, very good. Kilo 8, Romeo Quebec, X-ray Kilo 1, Kilo Tango, Foxtrot. Very good, Bruce. Wow, so are you fully retired or semi-retired at this point? Yeah, absolutely. I can.
And I am back.
Certainly, I understand that. I'm still
So
working
cheers.
full time. I work for a very large, one of the larger healthcare providers, and I manage their global third-party risk area. So we deal with all sorts of issues. I can kind of identify with your disaster recovery.
So.
And your global reach. So. Yeah, everything from man-made natural issues as well.
Yep,
as,
David, indeed. They don't know that their voice now is over the internet. For sure. Pirate active on 6925. Let's just go 6925 and see. Doesn't seem to be anything here. So let's continue tuning around the amateur bands. 7170 kilohertz, some hams. Chester Johnson, 5800. That must be from WRMI. WRMI starts broadcasting at 22 hours UTC on 5800 from Florida. John Beckham, I like 40 and 49 meter bands as they are usually fairly active with both AM and single sideband stations. Bruce Corbett is having a little wine. Cool. Glenn, nice to have you here. KB9IN from Milwaukee. Pretty cool to have you on board, guys. Stephen, 6715 might be high frequency global communication system. So if it's Russian speakers, it's American military or Russian speakers. Keegan's having A&W cream soda. I use, like I always said, when I have vodka, if it's to drink straight, Grey Goose from France, one of the best ones out there. For a drink like I'm doing here, pretty much any vodka does the job. Mark, nice to have you here from Oak Creek, Wisconsin. John Beckham's making green tea. Perfect. Yeah, but making good vodka is hard, Matt. Making vodka itself isn't, but making good vodka, that's where you see the difference from the ones that are really top-notch and the regular folks. When you make a drink like this, it's simple. Any vodka will do the job. It doesn't matter because you're killing whatever taste the vodka has with, juice. So it doesn't matter. But when you drink it straight, that's where it makes a huge difference. So 225 is a carrier. Has that little wobbly carrier sound that usually would have a station from Asia. Here it says that the voice of the Islamic Republic of Iran. There's no, I don't hear any voice, but it could be them because they often have a problem with their audio. $72.50. China Radio International in Spanish. For Europe. 7260. CRI Music that's from China. It's pretty cool. We're getting a lot of direct signals from China. $72.90. China Radio once again. Look at all those signals coming in from Asia. Pretty crazy, eh? Propagation is definitely open to Asia. $74.10. This one you could be fooled. It's Vatican Radio in Mandarin. That's Vatican Radio in Mandarin, 7410. Could easily be mistaken for an Asian signal. For me, A&W is root beer. I love A&W root beer. Boru vodka from Ireland. Never seen that one. Yep, Matt, exactly. There's a skill. It's like cooking. You can make good food, but you can make great food when you do it better. $74.90. Strong signal from WBCQ tonight. And 7,500. Lots of signals there. Almost more than one station. CNR1 jammer is what is here apparently on 7500. CNR1 jammer. Yeah, I'm the Gray Line path from Montreal to China right now. That's why all these signals are coming in, Miki Damage. Yep. Arnie, the DX band 4090.5 CW, perhaps it can make it now to North America. Some slow Morse Cyrillic current by random bits and dots. Let's check it out, 4090. For sidebands. I'm hearing beeps, but I think these are local interference here. Check it out. 7780, which is WRMI. Put the SDI higher. 7800. We're going to go back to upper sideband and see if I hear anything else there. Signal R, nothing political at all. At all. $24.90, loud and clear in Tennessee. 7500. Well, CNR1 jammer is the China National Radio, so it sounds like a regular broadcast, but it's used to jam something else. NH Homestead, the software on the laptop is SDR console, and it's running an SDR. So I don't know if you could see it here. Here is the this is the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. It's a small, very small SDR, and that is connected to the USB port of my laptop. So that's what you see on the screen. It's a software-defined receiver, actually, and running SDR console right now. What you hear is actually coming out of the Texan H501X here. Well, very weak, but 7850 is C8 tubes coming in. I don't hear that one often. 7880 is, I believe, 7881 exactly. If you hear a carrier on 7880 right now, I believe this is the Pinnenberg Wetterfax station in Germany. Definitely, Eric. BBC's been doing a really, really good job. Yeah, that's Zanfaros. It's actually a broadcast because to make sure that we don't believe that it's a jammer, they use their China National Radio 1 outlet. So it sounds like a broadcast. And of course, they're not going to tell us it's a jammer, but we know it's a jammer because it's always over another station they don't want anyone to hear in China. So that's why they call it a CNR1 jammer. It's using the China National Radio 1 from China, which sounds like a Chinese broadcast, and putting it over, broadcast that they don't want it to make it into China. NH Homestead, SDR console. Yep. And it's listening along with the ICOM 7300 and long wire antenna outside. Cool. John Beckham 7490 coming in with low signal in Northeast Florida. And the problem with the German Wetterfax station is that Pinnenberg most of the time has only a carrier. You just leave it as a carrier. But from time to time, what happens is that you'll hear a Wetterfax broadcast over it. So if you keep it there, from time to time, you'll see that it starts a weather chart. But a lot of the time, it's just a carrier. Hey, Joe Michaels, don't worry. It's radio night here. I'm Bruce. I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So let's continue tuning around here. So now we're at 8,000 kilohertz. And there's, of course, this radar thing from 80. You guys probably see it on the waterfall here from about 8165 to 8185. It's some kind of over the horizon radar that's there. Megahertz pretty quiet when you look at it. I'm at 8,300 now. Going up. The sun here is setting pretty much now. Stanag 8464. 8480. That's a Stanag in the 8 megahertz range. The higher part here, 8,800. This is aeronautical usually. It's the 8961 kilohertz. And we're at 9,000 kilohertz now. Also the radar, you can hear 9100. You could see it here, anywhere from 9040 to 9060. Yeah, it's a vodka cranberry. It's really nice. Clear. So Bruce in Southwest Missouri. Cool. Stephen, yeah, sometimes the fire drake is used also, which is the heavy metal Chinese Chinese music. I call it heavy metal Chinese because it's like those percussions and very upbeat Chinese music. Cool AM radio here in the Netherlands. More and more power stations using 315 meter and wide FM from 80 to 87 megahertz. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing your schedule, Eric, for Pinnenberg. Yep. Jasmine, pretty much. It's heavy metal Chinese. I'm hearing something on 9155. Yep, 9155. Definitely something there. Here it says Sound of Hope from Taiwan, but I'm pretty sure what I'm hearing is China National Radio jammer over it. Has Sound of Hope. I have a hard time thinking I can receive Sound of Hope, which is very low power in general. So that must be the Chinese jammer over it.
Their own
31-meter band. We're going to start. 9265.
and that they should kill one another. And
WINB. And
a great sword. Now, the
300.
red sword under the
So WINB and Red
second seal
Lion, Pennsylvania.
corresponds with the second church in the Revelation 2. Which
I have a
was
QSL
the
card
church
from them
of
from the
Smyrna.
80s, the one they were on 15145, which was, I think, the only
Smyrna
frequency back then.
represents the period from 180 to 313 AD. This church went through severe persecution, and it is symbolized by the color red. The red color is a symbol of
John
war.
Beckham, this is the type of shortwave show I like because you're showing us where various stations broadcast and
predicted
frequencies.
the falling
It's
away
cool.
of the church, and he stated that the mystery of iniquity
David,
was
KJ4CMY, haven't heard WINB in
his
ages.
work. That was in Thessalonians 2.
No, don't worry, Charlie McKee.
Thessalonians chapter 2, 3 verse
It's going to be safe.
7.
Never happened.
Chapter 20,
One
verse
of the most
28 through 30.
incredible
And
moments
after the
about
great
dropping, like a drink
religious
on
persecution,
something.
the peace was taken away
When I moved
Now
here,
let's go to verse
I got my brand new
36,
computer,
verse 1. And when he had
which
opened
was
the
at the
third
time
seal,
in 2000 a
I heard
Pentium
the
3600,
third beast say,
which was state of the art
"Come
back in the
and
day.
see." And I beheld,
And
a black
I
horse,
set it up on the desk,
and he that
and I had a
sat
can
upon
of Coca-Cola,
him had a
and
pair of
I put the computer, everything,
in his hand.
put the brand new
And
keyboard that
I
came with the
heard
computer.
a voice
First
in the
thing that
midst of
happened,
the
not
fortress
even
say,
5 minutes
"A
into
measure
starting the
of
computer for the
wheat
first time,
for a penny,
my
and
Coca-Cola
3
went to the
measure of
keyboard,
barley
which of course
for a
meant
penny."
the keyboard was super sticky. I had to change it
oil
with something else because it was just
and wine.
impossible to go through.
Now,
But
the
that's
black horse
pretty
under
much
the
it.
third
But no, don't
seal
worry, guys.
corresponds with the third church in Revelation chapter 2.
The desk is, I bought it on Amazon. Actually, I got 2 of them, so I've got another one there,
313
and I got the one
to
here.
538
Bought them on Amazon, and they are fantastic for one main reason.
evil
I tell you, these desks they're very sturdy. I mean, metal frame and wooden top. They take 15 minutes to put up. I tell you, 15 minutes they're up. And they're super solid, really good. They have 2 entry points for cables if you have computers and radios and stuff that go through it. And I'm very, very happy with them. I purchased them on Amazon.
And civil power in the person who executes the power in the government. This was true among the Roman emperors.
All definitely a factor in the future history of children.
Until the reign of Justinian.
Bruce is N9BH. I am Victor Echo 2 Zulu India.
The expression of a measure of
St. Pharaoh says one thing about this view is when we can see the waterfall, it helps recognize different non-voice modes. Yep. Also.
For a soldier.
So let's continue.
The body was considered a much
Wow, strong. 9330. The voice of the flat earth
que
people.
había guardado en el piso de arriba.
9330 WBCQ with World's Last Chance.
De ir a buscarla.
Apparently 500 kilowatts coming out of Montesalome.
Extraño que fuera el tirón irresistible de Arnold. Al mismo tiempo, Esteban quería que Yahua interviniera.
Just before John, it was 9265 WINB.
Cuando llegó al dormitorio, la batalla por resistirse al arma se sentía física. Tenía las piernas pesadas y arrastradas. Sí, no podía caminar. Gatearía. Esa pistola prometía un alivio inmediato.
No problem, F1
Se había
Sushi.
vuelto insoportable.
Where are you located?
De que Yahua había escuchado sus oraciones, pero no pudo detener el intenso
Yeah,
deseo
man,
por conseguir
21 years
arma
ago.
y acabar
I
con
can't
todo.
believe
Se arrastró hasta la caja
Can't believe I've been here for
fuerte.
20,
El código de acceso de la caja fuerte.
it's gonna be 22 years in July.
Tomó la manijilla, pero la puerta no se abría. Esteban se secó las lágrimas con desesperación y volvió a intentar introducir para abrir la puerta.
Dan, nice to have you on board. Nice desk. It's, in Ohio and 8WJC.
¿Podría ser esto posible? Que Yahua respondiera a su
Zen
oración
Pharaoh's
y
voice of the
pidiera
flat earth. Yikes. Yeah, I got 9330 quite clearly.
su corazón.
This is a surprise for us when you get to 9420.
Agradeciendo a su Padre Celestial por escuchar sus
You're
oraciones.
gonna see that.
Till we get the Prince of Peace back on this earth.
Now, you better have it and you better think about it, guys. 9350.
These Ahabs were around their Jezebels. Nothing but a Jezebel.
Brothers there, crap over WWCR.
KU band at 58.5 degrees east in Central and South America, as well as Mexico, on Hispasat 30.
9395 WRMI with possibly what is the Supreme Master TV.
Russia, and throughout Mongolia on D-Dish Satellite TV on channel 211. Throughout the United States on Glory.
By the way, I'm intentionally going through and kind of moving the waterfall forward.
Cable and IPTV network. Please search by postal at
9410. Some Chinese music. It's CRI music. CRI music. Once again, Asia again. And this is Voice of Greece, 9420. 9420. Voice of Greece. Not staying too long, guys, because the music's gonna copyright strike me. $92.65, you mean, Cent Pharaohs. Yeah, that flat earth is reflecting 500 kilowatts real well, as you see. Joe Michaels likes the flat head theory. The end of time's upon us, absolutely. Better listen to that shortwave. Shortwave's gonna set you free. Gangster's Paradise being played on the buzzer frequency. That's nice. That's nice. I don't think we're going to hear anything here, but 625 upper. Are we hearing the buzzer yet? Nope. Gangster's Paradise playing on the buzzer. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, get the Voice of Greece while you can. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, Kemexi 7060. He is a truly garbage person. Absolutely. And 6 RLS, none of the stations receiving on the West Coast. Sorry about that. Radio Havana, Cuba, 9535. Radio Havana, Cuba in Spanish. Wino Gronik. Hello there. So phone 9535, Radio Havana, Cuba right now, 9535. We have to actually right here, 9535. Wow, that's so funny, Kimberly. I moved here July 1st, 2000. July 1st, 2000. John Beckham. Oh, man. Radio Marti. We actually can hear right now Radio Marti and a Cuban jamming over it at the same time. So that white-ish noise, that weird noise over it, is Cuba jamming Radio Marti. Cooliam Radio. Yes, I did try vodka from your area at the karaoke bar that I go to. They have it, and I have tasted it a few times. It's quite good, actually. What I miss, RJ88 Dakota, is the voice of Greece when they had English, French. We had, when I was a teenager, we had Greek neighbors. And I remember getting my shortwave radio out, and the Greek neighbors had children, and one of the kids would come over from time to time. He was much younger than me. He was like maybe, I was at the time maybe 14. He was maybe 10, 9, 10. But he'd come over sometimes. We'd play, and I'd add tune to the voice of Greece. And his dad, I still remember his dad being very surprised and thinking, where can I get a radio like this that receives the voice of Greece? I didn't even know you could listen to the voice of Greece on the radio. They were listening to an FM outlet because we had a Greek, we had a multicultural station here on FM that had a couple of hours of Greek programming. But his dad was totally unaware that the voice of Greece was easy to hear and that he could listen to his own country. It is cool, man. Tuning the bands for sure. Hey, Shelly, nice to have you here. Yeah, actively. No, not Mike. It's not coincidence. It's not a coincidence. It's actively jamming. Sometimes they forget to turn off the jamming transmitter. So when Radio Marti gets off the air, the jamming continues for hours at a time. $26.20. 9620. Look at that. There's some music. Wow, that would be Voice of America from the Philippines in Mandarin. Voice of America from the Philippines in Mandarin. Propagation, my gray line propagation to Asia is amazing tonight. Really cool. So the Voice of America in Mandarin, but this is from the Philippine transmitter site. Joey D, I've been reading that if we tune into the Russia-Ukraine SDRs, we can get in trouble. Is that just some BS? Yeah, you won't get in trouble. Not here. You can tune a Russian or whatever SDR. Nothing's going to happen to you here. But if I was in Russia, I would not try to get too much into the communications. But here, there's no, and most of Europe and here in North America, you can't do anything. Jasmine monitoring 4621 upper sideband. Some Russian military near Ukraine is active. Bobby Burgess, the University of 20, now definitely some interference on 4625 right now. So lots of stuff happening. I mean, as this is happening, 4625, the buzzer is going to be jammed constantly with all sorts of crap. Yep. I mean, shortwave has a lot of that. I think everybody is a little bit of propaganda on every side. Bruce. They were sending that, what is it, Grandma newspaper that they would have there. I don't know how many times I've received that. Taylor just started using shortwave radio and your channel has helped so much. Wanted to say thanks. Well, welcome. And I'm very happy to be part of all of it. Voice of America, Philippines right now, 9620. That's what I got from Philippines. $96.40. China Radio. There's something off. Wait. $9667. Oh, this is Radio Voz Missionaria. They're completely off frequency. 9667. If you guys hear the music, 9667. That is Brazil. Completely off frequency. Radio Voz Missionaria in Portuguese and from Brazil. Pretty good single tonight. Wow. I haven't heard that station this well in a long time. So Radio Voz Missionaria, if you tune around 9667. It's noted here as 9666.5, but tonight they be moving off. I mean, I remember they were like a couple of hundred hertz off a couple of years ago. Then a kilohertz or two off. Now they're 3.5 kilohertz or something. Or they're on, it's like 9665. So they're up 1 kilohertz and a half actually. Then Pharaoh's got 9666.8. Here, if I put the on the Yeah, they just ID'd voice Misonaria, so we know it's that. But yeah, if I go into sideband 96668 ish is pretty much where I got it. Mickey Damage 9666.725. So voice Misonaria, and they actually just ID'd from Brazil. Taylor, yeah, probably you heard 11610, which is KNLS actually broadcasting via Madagascar in Mandarin. It's probably 11610 you heard, Taylor. RGA Dakota, definitely hear the station on 9667. Joey D, so in review, I'm safe. Yeah, absolutely, Joey. No problem there. Listen to what you want on the SDRs online. But I haven't heard Brazil that strong in a long time. I gotta say. 9690. Spain is extremely strong on 9690 kilohertz. Cuba mixed in with something else. I think it's Cuba and China at the same time, 9710. (9800 kilohertz). 9800 kilohertz, which would be, I guess, China radio. I'm trying to see what else is there. (9900 kilohertz). Radio Taiwan. 9900. (9900). China National Radio Jammer, probably. Radio Taiwan, but also China National Radio 1. So it's possible CNR1 jamming on 9900. Actually, Voice of Turkey should be 5960. Just try it here. Yeah. 5960. Voice of Turkey is not on 9830 at this time, this summer, in the winter time. You're on 5960. We could hear it now. So if you want to hear Voice of Turkey, 5960 right now. That's interesting, David.
Transmissions broadcast between 22 and 23 UTC and between 3 and 4 UTC. English, that's TRT.net/TR.
So 5960. Yeah, North Korea I've received several times. In the past, it was very strong most of the time. It's weaker today, but I've received North Korea several times.
Russia vetoed a UN draft resolution Friday.
So Voice of Turkey talking about Russia.
Drafted by the US and Albania, the resolution would
5960 kilohertz. Far East Broadcasting 9795. I'm going to try that. So that would be Far East Broadcasting from Manila, Philippines. Is that what you're hearing, Mickey Dalmich? This is what I'm getting here. Does that confirm what you're hearing too, Mickey Dalmich? Because that would be the Far East Broadcasting from the Philippines. I think this is a first for me. Now this is crazy. Wow. So I've heard the relays from the Philippines and never. This is crazy. Wow. San Pharaohs has 5960 Voice of Turkey. Oh yeah, Joey, turn on that radio. So Michaels, can you do a demonstration of a two-way transmission using the Olivia digital one on shortwave? It's gonna come when I fire up my my ham radio stuff. Check 7600, says Sheldon. I got something in the noise. Got something in the noise. It's very weak. Very weak. It's in the noise. What I got here. That would be possible Afghanistan International TV from Armenia, I would guess. I'm a little kid again. 97.95. I'm amazed. Yep, John Beckett. There's tons of things in the bands. Absolutely. Tom DXer, Voice Missionaria. New logging for him. It's the 29th Brazilian shortwave station he's heard. This is cool. Mike Jam, has anybody heard info regarding Russia, Ukraine on shortwave? Yeah, we've been talking about a lot of stuff that we shared over the last couple of hours, my friends. David, hearing Radio Exterior España. They're off now, but they had interval signal. Now 97.95 we are at WSLI group. Jasmine, tonight's a good time for everyone to turn on their radios. Propagation is great, absolutely. Keegan has 14670 CHU. No problem, Robert Cross. WS7 Ironbrew 97.95 sounds like exotic music of some sorts. Mickey says, Far East Broadcasting getting us stronger here. You and Sheldon can talk about there is nothing on shortwave. Haha. Yep, there's nothing on shortwave. Matt, MDK2 9795, pretty decent. I think this is a first for me. I'm amazed. It's not super strong, but it's strong enough. I hear the music and everything. The Far East Broadcasting from the Philippines. This is the first time I hear that. So cool. So cool. Then Pharaoh's 9795, just audible as USB and tweaked bandwidth, noise reduction. This is so cool. Can I write a reception report live? Do they QSL? I want this. I'm I'm gonna re-watch the show and QSL them. I want to have a QSL from Philippines. Never had one. I think this is an amazing reception right now. Keegan has 5085 WTWW. That's 5 out of 5. John Beckham got 9795. What's on 9860 RJA Dakota? Let's go see here. 9860. Definitely has something there. So according to this, Radio Free Asia should be there. So what we might be hearing is either that or the CNR1 jammer, because China is jamming Radio Free Asia. There's a Facebook group, Taylor. We have a Facebook group, official SWL channel. Just join that, official SWL channel. It's amazing, Mickey. I'm all excited with radio now. I feel like I'm listening, like, when I got my DX100 the first evening and you tuned around, it was all full of signals and stuff. It's just crazy. Hey, Taylor, just do some weird, funky profile on Facebook and join in. That's all. But you'll have to let us know who you are before, because we don't accept newcomers unless we know who they are. John Beckham feels like the Cold War again. MDK2, if I want Voice of Korea English in the winter, I'm better off tuning 6170 at 10 UTC, which is 3 a.m. Yeah, kind of early, eh? Ron Jr., 9795, light signal into Illinois. So let's go up here. I'm going to continue up a little bit. 9955, I've got WRMI on 9955 right now, WRMI. We got a nut job on 9980. WWV on 10 megahertz or 10,000 kilohertz. Bod 123, nice to have you here. Jesse, what's the radio I have here? Depends what you have. So there's a radio here, which is on a computer. That's a AirSpy HF Plus Discovery software-defined radio. This here is a Texan H501X portable receiver. It's a high-end radio from Texan. And I've got a lot of other radios to tune around and check out. So, just have a lot of fun tuning around here. So WWV 10 megahertz for our south and upper sideband. We're going to continue tuning upwards here and see what's up there. Oh, I'm going to calibrate. I'm off. Look at that. I'm off. So we're going to calibrate live. So I'm going to wait for this to get here. So let's go. So this sounds right? That sounds right. Upper sideband, calibrate. Here we go. Calibrated. Now I'm perfect on the frequency with the radio. Let's start tuning around. We're in the 10,000 kilohertz range now. So 10105, that's a ham radio CW operator. 10100 to 10150 is a amateur band. MR Mom B says they are 10 over in Western New York, 9795. Cool. You know what I like is sometimes when we do this and we do unusual stuff, people that never post kind of get out of that background and say, hey, I'm hearing it on that frequency, or because they want to participate or say, at least say that they heard a station. So it's kind of cool to bring up the people there. Thomas Halston's got 15,000 kilohertz WWV. John Beckham, 9860 Radio Free Asia. Propagation is off the charts. Pretty cool. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you here. AA1SU, finally checking in. Picked up an ICOM ICR 7000 receiver today, 25 megahertz and up. Chaz Tank, nice to have you here from Louisville, Kentucky. Well, ICOM has 13650 making it into New York. What do we have? Jasmine, like see hams and shortwave listeners complain about the lack of young people and say we all do is play video games, but then I don't see any outreach on platforms which got their start by supporting gamers. 13650 huge in Denver. Let me just try it out here. 13650. What do I get? Look at that. This is overloading my radio. What's that station? 13650? This is overloading my radio. It's Radio Japan. There's something weird about this. This is CNR1 music. That's from Cuba. Okay, I got it now. That's China radio music from Cuba. Dang, that is strong. 13650. That's China radio music from Cuba. This is very strong. Wow. Almost overloading the radio right now. Crazy. So let me go back down to 10100. Upper sideband. Let's continue tuning the bands here. Let's see what's out there on the ranges. Hey, George. Nice to have you here. Thank you. (10-428) radio teletype. little bit of ranges more quiet than others. Really quiet from 10,000 to 11,000 kilohertz. And now I've reached 11,000, 11,000 kilohertz. Going up. Going up. Let's see what's out there. .25-meter band of shortwave. 11,525 with an echo, so there's some kind of long pad, short pad. 2 stations, Radio Free Asia or the CNR1 jammer. Look how strong that signal is. 11,525. Man, 11,525. Real strong. Do it, man. Jasmine, do it. Do a Twitch stream and tune around. We have some of my own brew, 13650 40 over S9 in Virginia. John Beckham, feel like in the 70s almost tonight on the shortwave. We are waiting for the English language broadcast to Canada and North America. Yep. George, 28 years old. Cool. Joey's getting 6115. Dwayne, 13650 is bearing the needle in Tennessee. N6RLS, 13650, audible in the West Coast. Something, anyway. I know it's flurry here today. Landy, did you try the recalibration of the PL680? Yeah, I got it, but that's for the 660. Doesn't work on the 680. And it doesn't work on the 680. Any video that tells you the 680 can be calibrated is off. It doesn't. The 680 does not. It works on the 660, yes, absolutely. Not on the 680. Keegan Herring, 13650, 65 out of S5 in Arkansas. Ron's got 13650. Thomas Austin, 13650, 9690, overpowering my noisy location. Cool. Unfortunately, Poland has left shortwave quite a while back, but there is some type of shortwave broadcast coming out of Poland. They do have number stations. They do have spy number stations. Carl Icahn, shortwave. Carl Icahn says shortwave's like a bucket of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Mark, 11525, lots of propagation in Southeast Illinois, Wisconsin, weak signal. Ron has 11780. That's probably Brazil Radio Nacional Amazonas. John Beckham, 11525. Yes. Pretty cool. Nice to see that we have a young generation here. And moving up. Something weak on 11710. $715. Probably China National Radio 1 jamming Sound of Hope, Taiwan. $11,750. CNR1. Look at that really good signal tonight. Radio Nacional Amazonas, Brazil, with that great Brazilian music. Amazing signal tonight. The bands are really, really open tonight. It's pretty cool. So that's Radio Nacional Amazonas in Brazil. Coming in really well. 11780. Pretty cool. Pretty cool here. You guys should hear this for sure. Yeah, Candy Gloss. It's nice to see the younger generation in shortwave radio. You know, sometimes it feels like we're just old people. John Beckham is Suedon has not performed like this since he got it. Maxi 76 11780 S9 plus 15. Michael has a 13650 whip antenna, Ethan 750. Keegan, I've been into shortwave since sometime around the late 90s, early 2000s. So this is cool. Amazing signal coming out of Brazil tonight. You know, we had Radio Voz Missionaria, which was pretty good on 96.67. Here we go.
Gostoso demais, bom demais curtindo a Nacional. E vamos nós, trazendo mais música para vocês, atendendo esse povo querido, maravilhoso de todo o Brasil, aqui com a gente, na Nacional da Amazônia, Nacional Brasília, Rede Nacional de Rádio, né? Quero mandar um abração ao amigo Nicolau, é lá em Faxinal, no Paraná. Ô, trenzão, hein? Estadão do Paraná, também ligado demais à Nacional, né? E o Cláudio, caminhoneiro em Uberlândia, Minas Gerais, Itaiguara, no Paraná, aqui em Brasília. Obrigado, amigo. Sempre ligado.
Hey, Candy, I'm going to be 53 next month, and I still probably don't have the mental age to go into a bar. Seems like it's party time in Brazil tonight on that station. Something interesting here. Okay. 11790. That's CIS China Radio International for Southeast Asia. 11815. Which could actually be Radio Brazil Central. 11815, Radio Brazil Central. Dwayne, killer show tonight. Thanks a lot. See you Wednesday. Same here, Eric. I will also be following everybody on the 29th, 30th, and 31st. No alcohol. I didn't know that. RJ Dakota says it's party time because there's the Mardi Gras celebration in Brazil coming up. That's why they look like they're in party mode tonight in Brazil. Yeah, I guess, John Beckham, all of that together. All of that together.
Y usted me comienza a hablar de Dios y que
12050, not very strong, but that's WEWN. Let's see what's in 12 megahertz range. Anything unusual in the 12 megahertz range? Quiet band. 500, almost nothing. Let's check out here the SDR. Put it at 13,000. $13,000 kilohertz. Let's see if anything interesting pops up on the 22 meter band. So anything interesting on the 22 meter band? Let's check it out here. So 13650, what we had, which is the China music radio on via Cuba. It is amazingly strong. Amazingly strong. I think you'd have a shortwave radio and not even extend the antenna, and it would come in. Uh, 5875. I'm going to go back and try it. Yep. I used to listen to shortwave while doing astronomy at the same time, also with my telescope, a long time ago. Thomas Alston is feeling the excitement of a good shortwave night. My jam has 13650 strong in New Hampshire. That's the China National Music Station. China Music. It's called Chinese Music something. Chinese Music Radio. And it's from Cuba. Very, very strong. Yeah, 13560 is the kind of an instrument, scientific, medical, and instrumentation band. You'll have all sorts of beeps and whistles from all sorts of equipment, and it's local to you. John Beckham just did the test, 13650 with the antenna just down low. I'm going to try it here. Look at that. I'm going to pick up any radio that I can get a hold on. There we go. I have one right there. Oh, got it on one here. So no antenna. Okay, no antenna. It's down. I'm going to go on 13650. And we're going to check out if I hear anything. 13650 AM. So no antenna or nothing. Just noise. But if it wouldn't be that I have all the computers around, I would probably be getting this. I would probably be getting this. Like in the kitchen, I would hear it, I'm sure. Richard says this is a show to watch again. Too much, so much content. We have 7 I own. Bruce says 13650, not 50 over S9, almost pegging a signal display. Not really. I think that it's just coming in really, really well due to propagation, and I don't know how much power they're using, but man, that is a strong station. Andy New, late on the parade, M7CUN in UK. Nice to have you here. At Keegan, 13650. Ethan Grenick, BT Radio. Mickey, in half an hour, get ready for Radio Thailand on 13750. Get your reports out, as they will have a very nice folder QSL that you can see in the upcoming messenger. Oh ho! So in 25 minutes, what we're going to do, we're going to go up to Radio Thailand and try it. And then we'll wind things down for the night. But hope that you're really, really enjoying the show tonight. It should come in well because our Asian signals are here still. I've got some Asian. WWCR 13845.
Teaching and explaining and exploring every part of the law. I have no problem.
Welcome to Shortwave Rejuvenated tonight.
But we've been set free from the law. And I want people to understand there's a delicate balance between understanding.
Tristan, great show tonight. Looks like good reception this evening here in Newfoundland as well. Cool.
Versus legalism. I want people, especially some of you new listeners listening, to understand.
HF 2.0, the return of shortwave, Jasmine says. Just think, we have been on top of the hill here, 834 feet, 25 foot of chain link fence. Overwhelmed with signals. Cool. Mike Jams, 57 years young, happy to be here. Cool. Kevin, 5085, talking about shortwave. Yeah, they do have on Saturday some shortwave radio related stuff. Here goes.
Go to his website, theunseenbean.com.
5085.
Try his kilowatt blend.
Do you guys notice how good the audio coming out of the H501 is? This is going through my console with good heavy bass.
How would you like to operate virtually any ham rig that you own from your cell phone?
This is an amazing radio.
A desktop located in a remote location. You can do that with RingPie. Remember the name, RingPie, made by MFJ. Go to mfjenterprises.com. That's MFJ Enterprises.
Wow, 83. That's cool. Well, it's nice to see. He's still active on AM bands and everything. It's really cool.
We are back, and our guest is Bush Smith, K4TK, and he's with the National Volunteer Examination Team.
You know, the rules change.
Yeah, they're
and,
talking radio on
you know,
WTWW.
that necessitates changes in the question rules because you have administrative changes because of rule changes. You have technology changes.
Well, let's go back to 13845
To do them in secret.
and continue tuning up. By the way, 13927 is a very active band. band. Mickey Dalman says my glass is empty because he knows that when I drink more, I do longer shows. 20-meter band, 14,000 kilohertz. Still a lot of signals for TTY signals.
I talked to one guy. He said, "Yeah, every weekend we go down.
14-20318.
We go out there, we have picnics. But you know, going out there and taking radio so bad, it's got to be."
David EXer, need a refill. Matt says break the record. Let's check out here. I'm at just above now. I'm in between 15 megahertz and the 20-meter band. Let's see what's out there. WWV on 15 megahertz is extremely strong for right now. WWV on 15 megahertz. Simon Templar just listened to a couple of members of the Russian military 4649 upper sideband via the LA1D Kiwi SDR in Norway. So it seems 4649.5 is very active with the Russian military. Jasmine, what's the record? Last time I was here, it was something like 200 plus people, right? Yeah, and number of people watching was 200. Our record is something like 257 or something. But in time, my record is 5 hours and 30 minutes live. Brian Penny, what's this about breaking the record? Oh, God. 15140 Ron is, I believe, Radio Havana, Cuba, probably. Handy new, like Captain Kirk said, let's see what's out there. John Beckham, WWV, confirming on 15,000 kilohertz propagation in suite tonight. Just 2 hours ago. Jeff King, fantastic show this evening. Take care, my friend. Stay safe. With this kind of propagation, why stop? Okay, let's see what's out there. Cuba on 15370. Can't wait to see Thailand, how it's going to come in. Cuba on 15370 right now. Yes, I know I'm going to listen after the stream ends, but I still have to eat. Mike, thing that's keep me from getting a better listening post is I don't understand antennas. You don't have. You know what, Mike? Get yourself an MLA 30. Nothing to understand and it works great. Just have to plug it in. Kevin, 5850, Radio Prague. Let's check that out. It's a little noisy here, but it's there.
Not only can you give back your
WEWN is still on 15610.
but you could also steward your talent as a coach
15610.
sports team or organize an event for other athletes.
Take care, WF7I on, bro.
Use your athletic
73.
talent humbly and give all praise and thanksgiving to God. I'm Jeremy Belton.
Robert Cross says it's SW77 working great since it got recapped. And then you order more cranberry or vodka. Matt Aaron, official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Wave radio at gmail.com. And by the way, guys, if you want to help the fund of getting new radios to test, got a PayPal, which is the one that I'm posting right now.
At the dinner table with your kids, but a lot of men use it in their men's groups, and the chapters are short.
At PayPal is the radio fund. Any money going there is going to the radio fund, and you can buy radios. Cool, Matt.
And there's some great narratives in there of people that know.
Don't worry about it, Mike. You don't have to know if it's a loop, whatever it does. Just
story
plug it in.
that continues through the whole book of an ocean rescue that
Kimberly says, Jill, drink up, drink up. Today's the day to drink up. The propagation is getting better. The more I drink, the more the propagation is better.
Real good lesson for us.
You know, that's going to be the new motto. It's like everybody's going to be like, oh, propagation was so good last night. Jill must got again. Probably got drunk.
People get traction.
Yarabamba, what memories of Radio Nacional Brasilia?
We're talking with David.
Oh, man.
His radio show is David L. Gray show on Guadalupe Network. And he's written several books.
You're against us? No, I'm for you.
WRMI with the net job on 15770. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Well, we're going to wait for Thailand. Let me try a few frequencies here. Let's try the buzzer, 4625. Nothing on the buzzer. Right now. Look at that China signal on 11525, so really good. It's going to be interesting. I haven't heard Radio Thailand in a while. It's going to be really, really cool. The larger we get, the more QSLs we get. Oh, good. Agent Smith, great show, top notch. Do more like this. I will. Keegan using NW6LVP loop for Easton Grunting. It's Ethon Gredic edition satellite with SSB. Hope we can get together with K7HN for a joint show. My time is 5950. That's WRMI. 5950 WRMI. What are they broadcasting right now? That's WRMI on 5950. Do they have some kind of new broadcast? It sounds like Turkish music or some sort. I wonder what they're doing. This Turkey is just above 5960. Voice of Turkey, 5960, pretty good. It's just the audio is low.
This is the voice center.
5960. It is indeed, Richard. You know, when I say that when I started, I would have loved to have this. Having some guy somewhere do a show where we're tuning the radio bands, we're talking radio, and people from all around the world could join in. This is why I always say that the internet is not killing our hobby. It's really helping out, honestly. Hi, Jam 5950 New Hampshire on the Texan PL 660. Robert Cross, have to get yourself outside shortwave aerial sorted soon. John Beckham, tonight's show, 5 out of 5, 5 stars. Mike, so I see the MLA30 and Plus is an active loop antenna. Looks like it comes with some metal. What you get is a loop, you get the little box, you get the cable, you get a bias T for power. All you need is to power it from a USB, some sort of USB power. It could be a phone charger, anything. And you got to set it up on something like a wooden, here I have it on a wooden broomstick. The Facebook group is official SWL channel. But if you are new to Facebook, we don't accept people that are new unless we know who you are. So you got to let us know in some way. You can let me know through official shortwave radio that you want to join in.
Between 1930 and 2030 UTC on 6,050 kilohertz to Europe. Between 2130 and
Did we just become best friends and decided hobbies? I think we are pretty much all good friends. That's for sure.
Between 23 and 24
Our finger on the world. Yep. Matt says, check your email if you have a minute. Okay.
And in the 31 meter band on 9,660 kilohertz between 1730 and 1830 UTC to Afghanistan, Pakistan.
Check it out here.
The voice of Turkey is also being between 4 and 5 UTC in the 49 meter band and on 6,120.
Henry Gonzalez says, wow, very active today. What do you think this is happening? Propagation. For the rest, I don't have any other emails right now. Try it out again in a few seconds. Could be some delays sometimes. There was one earlier. It took 1 minute or two before the email came through.
Transmissions broadcast between 22 and 23 and between 3 and 4
here
have been pre-recorded.
So Voice of Turkey signing off on 5960. This is Voice of Turkey's interval signal. Pretty cool. John P. In fact, a 5 stars. Oh, okay. Send a request now. Check it out here. You can see a request coming in. Everybody can got nothing for now, but hopefully. Arnie the X-Men show you mentioned earlier, it's nice that young generations are into shortwave. I'm witnessing sort of the same here in Poland with our guys jamming UVB76 with music and memes popular on the web. Whatever way and however it comes into your world, it's a great hobby. So VA3 JPX, based on my TDOA 13650 coming from Terempa. Okay. John Beckham, I think Paul has helped tonight with the success of the show because we brought him in before we got started. NDK2, I wish I could get Voice of Turkey that way. I got it very well when I was back in Tempted a few years ago, and there's recording a Voice of Turkey's news about that on my channel. Yeah, that's why I'm getting it. If they had a slightly better audio, though, stronger audio, would be nice. So, guys, we're gonna set up 13750. Sorry, guys. 13750 in about 7 minutes' time. The voice Radio Thailand might actually surprise us with a fantastic signal, and that would be great. I haven't heard Radio Thailand in a long time on 13750. Let's try a couple of things here. 6604 Gander, Newfoundland, Canada. 6604.
Wind 230 degrees, 8 knots. Visibility 25 miles. Light snow, blue clouds at 3,000. Ceiling 4,900.
Even better on 10051. 10051.
Repeating 2300.
So 10051 is the best. 13270, I don't hear it. Gander, Newfoundland, Canada.
Gusting 26 knots. Visibility 20 miles. At 1
Tristan says, what a time to be back in radio tonight. To been off the radio for a few weeks. Bands are wide open. Good times. Yep. Thanks, man. Undecided hobbies. 140 people watching. Let's get thumbs up. Mike, my biggest catch was Radio Baghdad during the first Gulf War, so a long time ago. I think I literally had a wire hanging in my yard. What's grounding? Look, in those days you didn't need much.
Between 5052 north, 05523 west to 4943 north, 05.
So that's Gander, Newfoundland, Canada, weather station for aeronautical purposes. Let's now focus on hearing. Would be great to hear Radio Thailand real well tonight. Look at this map here. Radio Thailand. That would be great.
Wind 250 degrees, 8 knots. Visibility more than 6 miles. Blue clouds at 2,500. 4,000 scatters.
Jasmine, my biggest catch has been 3 in-flight emergencies, including a Russian Mayday. John Beckham is receiving 10051 in Northeast Florida. Don't call me Shirley. I want to call you Shirley now. Been watching for a while. First time here for a live show. Had an incredible time tuning along with all of you. Awesome show, sir. Thank you very much. Joey Shannonbaum at the best too, also to fall asleep. I would guess, listening to this all the time. There's some really strong. Oh yeah, that's China.
until the 27th.
So Radio Thailand is going to come up in 3 minutes' time. This is going to be interesting to see if we can hear Radio Thailand English service tonight.
Temporarily 0000 until 0400.
Jasmine spent a lot of time on the HF airbands. Mike, the radio bag that broadcast primarily to Europe and troops in the Middle East, but I could reach the U.S. Problem it would be like 3 p.m. in the afternoon by time for the band. REDX band 4090.5 CW back on along with its competition. MK2, Matt says Gander, all three frequencies 6604, 10051, and 13270. Yeah, I don't know if you guys could see the frequency when I do this. Maybe it would. Let's bring this a little closer too. Maybe this could help in seeing a little more where I'm tuned. Let's put it like this. I think this is perfect. And I think you guys see this real well. Jasmine is always impressed when she can pick up Shannon out of here and military one on 5450. Carrier up. I got a carrier. Let's go here. 13750. Oh man, we are gonna get Thailand tonight. 13750. Radio Thailand English service to North America. I haven't heard that in a long time. Yeah, it works quite well, the MLA30 on medium wave. That's the Texan H501X portable receiver. It's their high-end radio. 2,000 people on the U20 right now. It's the new limit. Wow. A lot of people want to try to hear the Russian-Ukraine HF communications, I guess. I haven't heard it so strong in a long time. Radio Thailand 13750 going to be on in a few seconds. From the Public Relations Department of Thailand. Radio Thailand 13750 making it. Low audio indeed, Matt. You'll just need an adapter, Mike, a little cable adapter, but it's going to work. That is interesting because 13770 is definitely a station. Nothing on the schedule I have here. Nothing on the schedule I have here. Move up to 770. Definitely something, but I don't have anything on the schedules. That's kind of interesting.
Temperature was hit a high of 35 degrees Celsius and low of 22 degrees Celsius with concerns covering in the morning. Meanwhile, it was a high of 33 degrees Celsius and a previous low of 18
Beam C bike. What app do I use for the frequency? Well, I actually am a list guy, so I'm on the eibispace.de website and look at the lists. But you can use short-wave.info. You can use if you have an Android device, Skywave Schedules is great to know what you're listening to also. Indeed, Yarabamba, shortwave is not dead. Far from it. Far from it. David in Barcelona's got the mighty KBC on 5960 that just started. RGA Dakota, reasonable signal on 13750 from Wentzville to Wentzville, USA. John Beckham, Radio Thailand, 13750. Very impressive in Northeast Florida. As Matt says, 5960. Mighty KBC coming in well. China Radio on 13770. Direct Vietnamese aerial imaging. Cool. Cool. Mickey Dalmits, CRIs at 13770. John Doe just got in. What is going tonight? What's on 13750? Radio Thailand, English to North America. Ryan Penny's got solid copy, Radio Thailand, but low audio is reported. This is cool. I haven't heard Thailand in a long time. Tonight's propagation is simply fantastic. You got to buy it, Joey. You got to buy it through the Anonco website, ANONCO website. That's where you'll get it in only a few days. Take care, Matt. MDK2. Arnie, the DX man, nothing on 13750, 13777. There is a faint carry on 13845 in Northeast Poland. That could be WWCR. Let's check out 5960. Yeah, mighty KBC, real good.
Rock and roll oldies. My name is Linda.
5960. Mighty KBC is really good. 5990, which is supposed to be China radio, but with pretty much no audio coming out of Cuba.
Eternity or whether
It's interesting to see. Pretty cool. Nothing off the buzzer frequency. Back to Thailand. It is cool to have all of us doing this at the same time. Absolutely. Tom the Extra, 15750, fair in New York State. Jasmine, early morning hours. Try 6765.1 to hear Thailand's volume in English and Thai. I'll have to check that out. I need to wake up earlier in the morning. Aerial Imaging's got good copy of Thailand on his Sony 2010 from his couch and MLE 30 on a tripod just outside the window. Cool. That is cool. George says Solar Cycle 25 ramping up may prove to be amazing. Yep. So hey guys, we've been on for 4 hours and 6 minutes. I hope you enjoyed. I need to get some food and to take care and relax a little bit. We got a few things to do tonight also. I got to prepare the YouTube version of the International Radio Report. I'll continue listening in. I'll be posting stuff on the Facebook group as I listen in to the shortwave bands tonight. So it was a lot of fun. It was a lot. Everybody said no. It was a lot of fun, and the propagation was great. And we're going to have more of this. And I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. And thank you all for being great fans. It was a lot of fun to tune around, and propagation, I got to say, hearing Thailand, hearing the Philippines, that was just amazing. That was just amazing. An all-nighter. F1 Sushi wants an all-nighter. 24 hours of Let's Tune the Bands. So take care, everyone. It was a lot of fun to do this. It's always a lot of fun to do with you guys. See you Wednesday for those that are here on Wednesday. And if not, see you next Saturday, which is, don't forget, Shortwave Festival next week. Friday, Saturday, lots of stuff going on. We'll have a show on Saturday. It'll have to be very, no more than 3 hours, because we're going to have the presentation, me and Sheldon, at the Shortwave Festival on Saturday evening. Do join swlfest.com, swlfest.com. $10. They'll have 2 days of radio next week. It's going to be amazing. The virtual event is great. Presentations and just cool to hang out with other radio guys. Stay safe, my friends. Hope you enjoyed today. Always fun to be here. Take care, my friends, okay? Love you all. Love you all, okay? Stay safe, guys.